Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate. This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 In the middle.
This is the California State Senate.
Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 This is the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do apologize about the inconvenience. We are going to be asked to be able to step out of the building. I am so sorry. If you don't mind, just very calmly step outside. We're going to be meeting you right outside in the courtyard, and we're going to be filing back in here in just a bit. So we have folks right over there in the green shirts with the hand up. We'll be helping lead folks out. Thank you so much and apologize for the inconvenience.
anybody press the panic button? Did anybody press the button here? Do you know of the panic button here? Yeah. Well, the office said nothing here. They said to come check in here. Yeah, they said they didn't trigger it off in there. They'll put it out on the PA.
All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to apologize about the delay. We're tracking about 26 minutes late, and I'm so sorry about the inconvenience for all of you, and appreciate all of you heading out, and hopefully you're able to grab some coffee out in the street while we're out there. But we're really grateful that all of you have taken time out of your busy schedule to be able to attend this special oversight hearing from the Senate Committee on Human Services. We're going to be focused on the state's cumbersome IHSS payroll process and its unresponsiveness to the needs of IHSS providers and recipients. I'm going to be offering a brief opening statement, and we are grateful that both Senator Leyva to my left and Senator Roth is also here today, who will also be offering some opening words, and then we're going to be turning it over to our panelists. But again, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule. And as all of you are all too familiar with, paychecks for in-home support providers are regularly delayed by the state of California. And these delays create untold hardships for providers and on the recipients of IHSS services. The In-Home Support Services program provides essential services and enables some of our most vulnerable residents, low-income folks who are elderly, disabled, or blind, to live in their homes. And by the way, this program saves California taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Currently, there are about 450,000 providers of IHS services and 500,000 recipients. And while IHSS providers work under the supervision of their clients, the IHS recipient, IHS payroll, is processed by the California Department of Social Services. The most egregious case of delayed IHSS paychecks was in May of last year. And if you live in the greater LA region, you know that 40,000 timesheets from LA County went missing. We're going to hear more about this incident from our panelists today from LA County. The U.S. Postal Service misplaced a truckload of timesheets, and over 40,000 IHSS providers did not get paid for weeks. And it highlights the vulnerability of a non-digital system. One IHSS provider will tell us that she was evicted from her home over the holidays and had to rely on the local food bank while waiting to recover from the effects of the last paycheck in that event. Approximately 14,000 IHSS timesheets are rejected by the system every month. In the June of this year, I'm going to give you some quick statistics of what we saw with the most recent data that we have. In June of this year, about 10,000 provider paychecks were delayed by up to 10 working days. Almost 400 provider paychecks were delayed up to 30 working days. And as of July 11th of this year, 1,772 providers were waiting for their June paychecks. That is nearly 1,800 folks who are trying to patch together enough money for food, shelter, pay their car insurance and gas, and who are caring for the most vulnerable residents in this state without compensation. According to a recent survey of nearly 1,400 IHSS workers conducted by UDW, over half of the providers reported having their paycheck delayed at least twice in the previous 3 months. IHSS timesheets were previously processed in county offices. This changed in 2012 when the state rolled out the Case Management Information and Payrolling System and established a single timesheet processing facility in Chico. This means that twice a month, 500,000 IHSS providers mail their timesheets to Chico for processing. When they are paid, 70% of IHSS paychecks are mailed to providers, the remainder direct deposit. Relying on mail service is only one of several vulnerabilities within our payroll processing system. Another one is that providers are only issued a timesheet after they are paid for the previous pay period. This means if there's a problem with the timesheet for the current payroll period, the next timesheet is held up until the previous month's problem is resolved. And the paycheck for the following pay period will most likely be delayed because of the month before delay. It's ridiculous. The timesheets can only be printed on specially calibrated printers and are usually sent to providers in the mail. That's a third challenge. And fourth, perhaps the most outrageous of all, is the mathematical calculation IHSS providers are asked to complete in order to be paid. This is going to take a little bit of time, and I warned the senators about this, but I think it's important to understand what the state mandates a provider to do in order to get paid each month. It's truly outrageous, and I got to tell you, it is shameful. And if all of us had to be able to process this formula, none of us would be paid in the state Senate. And I'm going to read you verbatim the written instruction provided to IHSS workers and ask all of you to please follow along, because I'm challenged to do so. And by the way, what I'm about to read you is from the training manual the state provides the providers. Quote, "The best way to perform the math on time is to first convert the entire hours and minutes into minutes. Perform the math, then convert the results back into hours and minutes." You've already lost me. So I'm going to keep quoting here. This is from our training manual. "Let's assume the recipient is authorized 99 hours and 40 minutes per month for work. We want to divide that by 4 to arrive at the maximum weekly hours that can be displayed on the timesheet. Step 1, convert entire time into minutes. There are 60 minutes an hour, so 99 multiplied by 60 is 5,940 minutes, plus the remaining 40 minutes gives you a total of 5,980 minutes. Step 2, divide the minutes by 4. 5,980 divided by 4 is 1,495. Step 3, convert the result back into hours and minutes. To do this, we need to determine how many full hours are in the result and how many remaining minutes there are. Divide the total minutes by 60. 1,495 divided by 60 is 24.91667. By the way, this is the weekly hours. We keep the whole number, 24, since that's the number of full hours per week. Now, to find how many minutes remain, we subtract the number of minutes represented by our whole number of hours from the total minutes. 24 divided by 60 equals 1,440, and 1,495 minus 1,440 equals 55. Therefore, we have 24 whole hours and 55 minutes remaining. That means 99 hours and 40 minutes divided by 4 is 24.55 hours and minutes per week. This is outrageous. And I got to tell you, the state must do better. Or better yet, the department, the Senate, should have to be able to do that formula every month in order to get paid. It's ridiculous. And this is a telling example of how the IHSS payroll system makes it difficult, if not damn near impossible, for IHSS workers to complete what should be a basic function of employment, filling out a time card. This is a broken system. Today, we are going to hear from providers. We are going to hear from the Legislative Analyst's Office. We're going to hear from individuals, from public authorities, as well as the Department of Social Services. Again, we are so grateful that all of you would take the time, and I got to tell you, these two senators to my left are absolutely committed to be able to fix this problem, and we are excited to be working with you in the months and years to come. Senator Leyva, if you wouldn't mind some opening comments.
Thank you, Senator McGuire. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here. I wish we weren't here discussing this issue, but when this was brought to the Legislative Audit Committee earlier this year, I was appalled, as I think all of us on the committee were, that this was actually happening. Most of you know that I came out of the labor movement. That's what I did for 20 years before I ran for the state Senate. Making sure that people are paid for the work that they do is fundamental. We can all love our jobs, but if we don't get paid, we can't take care of the people that we love, and we can't take care of ourselves. So even one person not being paid in a timely manner is a problem. And as we can see through the examples we've heard, it's not one person, it is a number of people. When we listen to the formula that Senator McGuire went through, I think all of you should give yourselves a hand, because you're really smart people. That is very difficult. You know, you do a job, and I can't imagine, as Senator McGuire said, if I had to calculate my pay also to make sure that I got paid on the first of the month, I'm pretty sure the Leivas would be in trouble. So we're here today to hear from everyone. We are smart people. We are supposed to get better as a society as we move forward, and we're going to find a way to fix this. And as Senator McGuire said, we are in it until it's fixed. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Senator Leiva. We're really grateful. Thank you so much, and appreciate everyone's clapping. If you don't mind, if you are agreeing with someone, then we're just going to see fingers today, if that's okay. Dang, I do appreciate that. Going to turn it over to Senator Roth with an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting me. I could say a lot about this subject, but I think I won't. I'm going to reserve my time to talk to the folks who are implementing these programs and processing these timesheets to find out what the solution really is, because it's been 5 or 6 months since, frankly, I first learned about this. So that's 5 or 6 months that I assume somebody's been working 24/7 trying to fix the problem. So I'll be anxious to see what the fix is when we get to that part of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a quick overview. We're going to start with personal income impact statements on delayed paychecks from IHSS providers and recipients. We're then going to move to an overview of the IHSS payroll process by the Legislative Analyst's Office. We're going to hear about the statewide effect from payroll processes from UDW as well as SEIU and the Consumer Alliance. We'll hear about local and state efforts to address the problems as well from county and state agencies. But without further ado, we're going to turn it over to our providers and recipients, and we're grateful that all of you would take the time and know that getting here in the morning is a challenge because of traffic. So thank you so much for your willingness to be here today. We're going to kick it off with Emily Krockenberg, who is an IHSS recipient. You have 5 minutes, ma'am, and I'll give you a 1-minute prompting.
Good morning, everyone. I am wearing a carbon filter mask, and I have a little oxygen concentrator, so let me know if you can hear me. Is this okay?
Yes.
My name is Emily Cronenberg Harold. I'm an IHSS recipient, and I've been on IHSS for 6 years. IHSS helps me with basic activities that I cannot do because of my limitations, including environmental sensitivities, acquired brain injury, COPD, and diffuse neuromuscular pain and weakness. I am approved for 112 hours a month, and I have one IHSS provider who is excellent, and she's been my provider for several months now. I do not want to lose her. I want to thank you for holding this hearing on this important issue, and I'm particularly thankful that you're holding the hearing in Los Angeles. Like many others, I'm never able to get up to Sacramento to be heard on legislative issues, and for you to come to Los Angeles is absolutely wonderful. Thank you again. I have experienced issues with the payroll system on numerous occasions with past providers, and recently with my current provider. When a timesheet or a paycheck does not show up in a timely manner, I have seen different behaviors from my providers, from a sudden reluctance to do the work to dragging their heels, doing a less than adequate job on their tasks, and all the way to outright refusal to do the chores when asked. One situation stands out. I hired a provider specifically for her cheeriness and her willingness to be helpful. Then one day, she seemed sullen and preoccupied, did her work half-heartedly, and she became somewhat quarrelsome when I gave her directions. I had told her clearly over and over and over that I had to be in a 100% fragrance-free environment. And yet, on that day, she sprayed chemical fragrance all over the inside of the car, knowing full well that I would not be able to ride in the car with her, and thus she would not have to drive me to my doctor's appointment. Yes, I got sick from it, to say nothing of my fear, shock, and disappointment at her out-of-the-blue disrespect and carelessness for my well-being. When I said, "What's wrong with you today?" she said nothing. After my continued poking and prodding, she finally said she did not have enough money to put gas in her car to get to my house or to pay her bills because the paychecks were not coming. My provider not getting paid affects the quality of my care considerably. Not only am I not getting my daily needs met properly, but I feel an unspoken threat that she will possibly walk out on me. I do not have enough hours to qualify for an emergency substitute, and I live in a gang and junction neighborhood, and I'm unable to use public transportation. When I don't have someone to help me, I'm quite literally trapped at home with no way to get my medical, food, and cleaning needs met. The fear of being left in the lurch, not to mention the time that it takes to find another provider, is stressful and anxiety-producing. I'm sure you can all imagine the situation I've described, my provider being sullen with me and the task that I need done to be safe in my home. Then imagine asking her to scrub out the bathtub because my muscle pain has flared up and I need to have a therapeutic Epsom salt bath. If my provider isn't feeling so good about working for me because IHSS isn't paying her, I feel uncomfortable asking her to do the things I need done.
We have about 1 minute, and I apologize.
1 minute? Okay. Also, I'm supposed to be the boss. What kind of boss am I if I can't pay the person who works for me, really? In a subtle but real way, I've often felt the balance of power, for lack of a better term, shift in my provider's direction because of this situation. In one instance, a provider whom I fired soon after blurted out when I commented that she hadn't done what I asked. She said, "You're not even paying me. The government's supposed to pay me, and I still don't have my paychecks." In the theater, we used to refer to a mechanical, uncommitted performance as phoning it in. Well, this crazy payroll situation has caused my providers to phone it in with a resentful attitude to boot. Need I say more? Again, I want to thank you all for hearing me about this issue that affects me so profoundly, and thank you again for doing it here in Los Angeles.
Oh, we're grateful. Thank you so much, Emily, and thank you for taking the time to be able to share your personal story as well. It means a lot to us. Thank you. We now would like to be able to turn it over to Richard Daggett. He is also an IHSS recipient. He's going to talk about his experience as a recipient and offer some suggested improvements as well to the payroll system. Richard, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Richard Daggett. I am president of the Polio Survivors Association and a member of the Academy of Home Care Medicine. I'm ventilator dependent, as you can see. Polio survivors were the first large group to attempt the transition from hospital to home.
Richard, I'm just going to, do you mind, can you move the microphone just a little quick? Do you mind just moving the whole, you can pick up the microphone. There we go. Sorry about that, Richard. I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay, is that better?
That's great.
I can hear it echo, so it must be okay. Polio survivors were the first large disability group to attempt the transition from hospital to home, despite very severe disability, including ventilator dependence. We know that this can be safe and cost-effective, but only if the system works. I have a lot of stuff to read, but I'm not going to. But the committee has copies of my testimony. Susan, would you do? With me today is one of my in-home operations nurses, Susan. That's good. One of the major things is that elected officials and senior staff of the different programs, DSS mostly, must have direct input from us. DSS oftentimes operates in an ivory tower. I doubt if they've ever interacted with a severely disabled recipient. So that's the first thing we need to do. Second is we have to stop this adversarial relationship. For 30 years, IHSS worked really well. I've been on it since the beginning. Just in recent years, they've had things you have to go through these hoops over and over, and in the middle of the month, they put another hoop. So, first off, we must simplify the timesheet process. It is unworkable at present. I'm an advance pay recipient, so I'm going to talk about that mostly. It says it is a responsibility, this is in state regulation, that we are supposed to submit our provider's timesheet. We can't submit that if we don't get it. It goes to our provider. Now, because the state doesn't pay very promptly, providers change. But the timesheet still goes to the provider, even if they've moved to who knows where. So who's going to fill out that timesheet? We don't get paid for the second period without the timesheet.
We have about a minute and a half.
Okay, that's right. Make the employer, for the purpose of overtime, make the recipient the employer. It says in statute, hours worked means the time during which the provider is subject to the control of the recipient. That will make figuring overtime, which is a real headache, and that was imposed by the federal government, much easier if the recipient is the employer. That's in statute. It should be in the operation. Several other items I've listed here, and you have copies of those. At your convenience, I would hope that you would read those. I'd like to tell you a little personal experience right now. My main IHS provider is undergoing surgery. I have 3 nurses that work under in-home operations. They've offered to work for me at IHSS wages. That's a third of what they would normally get. But the state won't let me hire them because they have not gone through orientation and through fingerprinting and background checks. These are state licensed people. Why should they have to go through these hoops? For 30 years, we provided Social Security number, name and address, and they worked for us. Somewhere, somebody decided that wasn't the way. The state had to do something else. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Richard, thank you so much, and I appreciate you taking the time to be able to tell your personal story and not at all trying to be pushy, so I apologize. Please don't take it like that. Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful that we now have Claire Kaufman. She is a provider. She's going to tell us about 3 different occasions in which she had challenges with her timesheets. Claire, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here this morning. And you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Claire Kaufman, and I'm an IHSS provider in El Dorado County. I sat before a committee similar to this, the state capitol, earlier this year and told my story. I told the committee that last November I experienced late paychecks because the timesheet processing system misread a 6 on my IHSS timesheet. That error caused my pay to be delayed over a month and nearly ruined my family's Christmas. By the time I got my late checks and caught up on my bills, I didn't have a lot left over to give my daughters the Christmas I planned. If my union hadn't given us a basket of food, we wouldn't have even had Christmas dinner. That was last year. And I wish I could sit here today and tell you that issue was a one-off, but it wasn't. My daughter Katie lives with autism. I work as her IHSS provider. On June 30th of this year, I mailed in my IHSS timesheet for the hours I provided care for Katie between June 16th and the 30th. I got my direct deposit around July 12th and my pay stub the next day. I noticed my check was 5 hours short, which for me equals $78. I called my local authority in mid-July and was told by the staff there that the time system once again incorrectly read my timesheet. This time, 7 hours were processed as 2. What shocked me is that the staff person could see my timesheet and clearly recognize the 7. I was mailed a supplemental timesheet, I mailed it back in, and I was eventually paid for the missing 5 hours. $78 may not seem like a lot to you all, and I am lucky that it wasn't enough to really hurt my family this time. Inconsistency is a problem. Not knowing how much I will be paid next time I send in my timesheet, or if I'll be paid, is the problem. Is a number going to be misread? Will my check be short again? Getting paid on time and correctly feels like a gamble. And it's not just about late or short paychecks. Overpayments have hurt me as well. Just recently, I was paid 1 hour more than I should have been paid. Because that extra hour put me over the 66-hour per week cap, I was given an overtime violation. I fought the violation because I did not claim more hours on my timesheet than I'm allowed. Eventually, I received a letter from the county that said the state's timesheet scanner once again misread a number. This time, a 1 was read as a 2. My violation was removed, but it was still stressful for me because violations are scary. 3 means I'm suspended from the program for 3 months. 4 means I'm terminated for a year. If I was suspended, who would provide Katie with the level of care I give her? My daughter deserves consistency in her care. She does not deserve to lose her home care provider because of a system error that could be prevented by updating a cumbersome, inconsistent, and unfair process. We work hard for our clients, like any other workers. We need timely and correct paychecks. Our families can't afford anything less, and we don't deserve anything less. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for telling us the extremes. 1, underpayment, and then 2, also talking about overpayment as well. That really is good perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now going to be moving to Cindy Wilson. She is an IHSS provider. Thank you for being here. She's going to share her story about what happened last year when she and her grandson were evicted from their home when their paychecks did not arrive on time. Ms. Wilson, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Cindy Wilson, and I'm an IHSS home care provider in Madera County. I haven't always been a professional home care provider, but I've been a caregiver for many years. Before they died, I cared for my grandmother who had breast cancer, my grandfather who had Alzheimer's and dementia, and my father who died of lung cancer. I worked as a CNA, which is a certified nurse assistant in a convalescent home. It was there that I decided that I was going to change my career and go into home care because I saw overworked providers in those situations trying to care for too many patients at one time and unable to give them the quality of care that they deserve. I saw people who could actually stay in their own home with just a little bit more care, okay, and couldn't do nothing about it. When a friend of mine called me, I was living in Arizona, and when he called me, he said he was going to be put in a convalescent home because of his own condition. I knew what I had to do. I threw everything in storage and moved from Arizona to California and got on the program here in Madera in 2009. I now care for 2 family clients, a 67-year-old woman and an 86-year-old man. Both of them look to me for care for everything, everything. Cooking, cleaning, transportation to and from doctor's appointments, help with personal hygiene, bath, bathing, hair, everything. My older client, who's a man, he's 86 years old, he's blind. If he should break something, he calls me up and says, hey, I need you, come right away. I broke a glass and I'm afraid that I'm gonna get cut. And if he drops his pill cases, he can't find his medications and find out which ones he's supposed to take next, so I have to straighten him out again. If he changes the channel accidentally and can't figure out how to get it back on channel, I have to do that again. All right, so those are just my job, and I love it. I go to work every day like every one of you do, every one of you in this room, but I can't rely on a timely paycheck. I was evicted from my home. I had to sell my mobile home in Fraser Park to be able to stay in Madera, to be provider for my clients. I got custody of my grandson in 2013. He's 13 then. Okay, but I got kicked out of my house because I was lost my paycheck, or it didn't come on time. The timesheets didn't come in on time, and or anything like that. The problem started majorly in last October.
We have about a minute, and I apologize.
My timesheets and paychecks began to arrive late, and not at all. I tried to get the bottom of it, but I was constantly told my paycheck was in process, and the money I work hard for, I used to pay my bills, was in process. No one could tell me what happened or what they could do about it. Nothing. So in October, my check arrived in the middle of January. My paycheck for November came at the end of January. I couldn't get Christmas presents for my grandson. I couldn't buy food. I had to go to the food bank all that time. I don't have family or friends that I could rely on because they all passed away, the ones that were my support team. And I had to use my money to try to get caught up with my income tax refund. I used it to be able to try to get caught up on rent, but I was still short $116, and the property management company wouldn't work with me. So we got evicted. I went to my friend who sold me a travel trailer, but with an eviction on my record, I couldn't park it anywhere because they wouldn't rent to me. So I found a place in Chowchilla, 14 miles away. My car is old. It's a 93 Chevy Suburban. I couldn't afford the gas to go to and from 14 miles one way. So I called my minister, and he was kind enough to allow me to park it in the church parking lot for 3 months so that I could save enough money to find a place to rent. I finally found a place, and I finally was able to save up. And I used all my resources, including selling my house, the proceeds from selling my house in Fraser Park, in order to get afloat again. My checks.
I don't mean, I'm just going to have you need to conclude in about 20 seconds, and
I'm
I apologize.
done.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Things worked out this time, but I worry about the next time. Many caregivers like me are just one more paycheck away from homelessness. Providers work hard for our clients, and we need and deserve a reliable payroll process. Please fix this now so it doesn't happen again.
See, I know I can speak on behalf of the senators on this. For you to be able to share your personal story and the challenges, to be able to put a face to what these challenges really are and how it impacts your life and your family's life, we are grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. We would now like to be able to bring forward Ms. Perez, Sherry Perez. She's an IHSS provider. We're going to need to make a little bit of room for both Sherry and Magdalena Alvarado. So Cindy and Claire, do you mind if we put them into your chairs? Is that all right? Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to both Cindy and to Claire. Sherry is going to kick us off here. Sherry is going to speak about the multiple times her paychecks were delayed and how she was threatened with eviction over the holidays. And then Magdalena is going to tell us about her difficulty with getting paid when she returned to work after taking 3 months off on doctor's orders. And we will have some translation for Magdalena as well. Sherry, how you doing? It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming today. If you don't mind, there we go. Dan is on it. And then Magdalena, all you need to do is hit the button, and once your green light is on, you are live. We're going to turn it over to Sherry. Sherry, you have 5 minutes. I'll give you a minute prompt. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you. The holidays are my favorite time of the year. Christmas especially. I decorate my whole house and everything. And I don't get to do a lot of gifts or anything for my family, but what I do and everything, and the meal and everything, we have a really, really beautiful time. A couple of years ago, I couldn't quite do it because instead of going and shopping and everything, I had to call the water company and the gas company and everything to not turn their services off on me. And I was asking friends and family for extra food and everything because I went 2.5 months without a paycheck. And when I called to ask the processing center in Chico what happened to my timesheet, they just said it went missing. And all they could tell me was that they'd send me more. I never received extra timesheets or anything like that to do it. So from October to mid-December, I never received a paycheck. Besides having to keep calling the water company and everybody and asking them to extend my payment and everything, all that and everything, I had to also ask my landlord to please not kick us out. So when nothing else was going on and everything, I went to the IHSS and talked to my son's social worker, and all they could tell me to do that they could do and everything would take my son and put him in a home until I got back on my feet. And that's not something any parent wants to hear. I can't believe this. So I never received any kind of warning that they didn't get my timesheets. When I did call, they said they didn't know where they went, what happened to them, or anything, just that they were missing. So if I hadn't have called, I would have not had an answer, and I would have just been kept waiting and waiting and waiting. So I had to beg my landlord not to evict us. I had to ask my family and my friends for money to buy as little presents and everything for my son, and put a Christmas dinner on the table. And so when I went to the office,
You're doing wonderful, and it really helps. So grateful you're here.
so instead of helping me and everything, all they said they would do is to take my son and put him in a home. I do everything for my son. He's 29. He's in diapers. He's severely mentally challenged and is autistic. He's 29, so I've been taking care of him all of his life. And for him to go into a home is not an option. This is my son, and he's mine.
Sure, you have about a minute.
Okay, so the only thing is, something's got to be done about the system. It's way overdue. It's not anything. So that's all.
Sure, you did a wonderful job. Just want to say thank you. Can you tell us your son's name? Anthony. And I know Anthony would be so proud today, right?
Yep.
So thank you for stepping up and being here today, and for sharing your story. Magdalena, we welcome you. Thank you so much for being here. She's going to be talking to us also about the difficulty of not getting paid on time. We welcome you to the hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Magdalena Alvarado y yo vengo de la ciudad de Pomona.
Hi, good morning. Her name is Magdalena. My name is Samantha. I'm going to be interpreting for her today, and she's from Pomona.
He estado trabajando gratis estos últimos 2 meses. Mi renta está atrasada 1 mes y apenas me alcanza con el pago de mi carro. Quisiera tener respuestas al por qué esta es mi situación, pero no las tengo, pues cada vez que yo llamo a la oficina del IHSS, me rechazan sin darme respuestas.
For the last 2 months, I have been working for free. My rent is a month past due, and I can barely afford to make my car payment. I wish I had an answer as to why, but I don't, because every time I contact the IHSS office, they dismiss me without giving me any answers.
Trabajo en un centro de convalecencia y llevo varios años siendo una trabajadora de cuidado en casa también. Necesito 2 trabajos para poder proveer para mi familia.
I am a certified nursing assistant, but I have been a home care worker as well for a few years now. It takes 2 jobs for me to make ends meet to provide for my family.
Cuando me preguntan por qué no dejo de ser trabajadora de cuidado en casa, la respuesta es muy sencilla: yo no voy a dejar a mi consumidora. Mi consumidora tiene 71 años y no tiene amistades o familia aquí. Yo soy la única persona de la que ella puede depender para llevarla a sus citas de doctor, a bañarla, cambiarla y darle de comer. Aunque en el principio éramos extrañas, ahora me tiene confianza que hasta me pone como su contacto de emergencia en sus papeleos.
When I'm asked why don't I quit my job as a home care worker, the answer is simple. I don't quit on my care recipient. My consumer is 71 years old and has no friends or family here. I'm the only person she can rely on to take her to doctor's appointments, help bathe her, dress her, and feed her. Although we started out as complete strangers, she now relies and trusts me so much that she lists me as an emergency contact everywhere.
Cuando me quebré el dedo de mi pie hace 2 meses, el doctor me dijo que tenía que dejar de trabajar para recuperarme. La señora que yo cuido contrató a otra proveedora de cuidado en casa y en cuanto yo regresé a trabajar, ella me pidió que regresara con ella. Claro que le dije que sí, pero nunca me imaginé que iba a pasar por tantos dolores de cabeza para que mi papeleo fuera aprobado.
When I broke my toe 2 months ago, I had to temporarily leave both of my jobs due to doctor's orders. My consumer had another IHSS provider looking after her, but when I was ready to work again, she asked me to work for her again. Of course, I said yes. Never did I ever think I would be going through such turmoil to get my paperwork approved and notified that I could start working again.
La primera vez que apliqué para ser proveedora del cuidado en casa con el programa de IHSS, me notificaron en 1 semana que mi papeleo estaba aprobado. Me mandaron a que tomara mis huellas, asistiera a una orientación. Ahora me dicen que por qué ya no es el sistema. Tengo que esperar. ¿Esperar por qué? No sé, no me lo dicen. ¿Se necesita algo más para mi aplicación? No sé. No me dicen. ¿Qué puedo hacer para que terminen el proceso? No sé y no me lo dicen. En los últimos 2 meses lo único que me ha dicho es que tengo que esperar.
When I first applied to become an IHSS provider, I was notified within a week that I was approved and needed to complete a background check, get my fingerprints taken, and attend an orientation. Now I'm told that because I'm already in the system, I have to wait. Wait for what? I don't know. They won't tell me. Has my application been approved? I don't know. They won't tell me. Is there anything else that is needed on my end to expedite the process? I don't know. They won't tell me. For the last 2 months, the only thing I've heard from IHSS is you just have to wait.
We have about 1 minute, and I apologize.
Mientras yo espero, Ramona, mi consumidora, todavía tiene que ir a sus citas del doctor, todavía me necesita los días que se tiene que bañar. Yo no voy a rechazar a la persona, o sea, Ramona, como el sistema continuamente me rechaza a mí. pero tampoco es justo de que yo hago todo lo que puedo por mi consumidora, porque ella depende en gran parte de mí, pero cuando yo necesito respuestas y no me llega ni cheque ni nadie que tiene una respuesta para mí, ¿este sistema no funciona o se tiene que hacer algo más al respecto?
Well, while I wait for Ramona, she still needs to be taken to her doctor's appointments. She still expects me at her home on the days that she needs a bath. I won't give up on Ramona the way the system continuously gives up on me. But it's not right that we do the best that we can for our consumers, yet when we need answers regarding our paychecks and delays, we hit a dead end. The system is broken and must be fixed. Thank you.
I want to say thank you so much, and I'm glad that you are back at work, and at the same time, though, when you're back at work, you want to get paid. So we are really grateful for you taking the time today. Thank you so much. Before you step off the dais, I'd like to be able to turn it over to the senators to see if there are any comments or questions before we move on to our next panel.
I would just say to both ladies and to everyone else who testified, we're here to help. It's just appalling. As I said earlier, I don't know how many paychecks the Leyvas could miss and still make our obligations. So I would say hang in there, but that seems really unfair because you have been hanging in there. But it's been brought to our attention, and we're here to help fix it. Thank you.
All right. Ladies, thank you so much for being here today, and we are grateful that you would take the time to be here with us this morning as well. Thank you. We're now moving forward on our next panel. This is a one-person panel, and this is an overview of the IHSS payroll system. We're grateful that Callie Freydig is here today. She is a fiscal and policy analyst from the Legislative Analyst's Office. Callie is going to provide an overview of how IHSS timesheets are processed and what happens when a timesheet is determined to have an exception, and what we mean by an exception if there are problems with the timesheets or challenges with the timesheet. Callie is going to have 5 minutes, and please don't take being pushy at all, just wanting to make sure that we hit all of our panelists. And we have a purse that we're going to auction off here shortly, so which is going to be good. All right. Hot dang. Callie, the floor is yours, and we welcome you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senators. The committee has asked us to present an overview of IHSS timesheets and exceptions or errors on those timesheets, because by now you've heard from providers and consumers about what happens when there are errors or delays or disruptions in the timesheet process. And so we are going to describe how that process works and then what those errors may be and how often they may happen. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to be speaking from a handout that looks like this. Members of the audience, you may have some. It will also be available on the LAO website if you don't have access to it today. So if you turn to page 1 of this handout, we lay out an overview of how IHSS timesheets are processed. This begins when a provider fills out the hours that they worked over the last pay period, which is twice a month, so about 15 days each, depending on the length of the month. The provider then mails that timesheet to a central timesheet processing facility, which is located in Chico. There, the timesheets are scanned in by the computer system, which you've already heard about, read by the computer system, and if the timesheets are signed and accurate and are consistent with a number of program rules, then the timesheet central processing facility will notify the state controller's office to issue a paycheck to the provider, and this can be done either by direct deposit or by mail. Now, this process works, as I described, about 98 or 99% of the time. But about 1% to 2% of the time, there are timesheet errors or delays. We call these exceptions. Now, if you turn to page 2 of your handout, we describe timesheet exceptions. There are 2 types. There are 2 main types. There are soft exceptions and hard exceptions. Soft exceptions can be easily resolved on the spot. They may be if a 4 that the provider wrote on the timesheet looks like a 9 and the computer can't tell which one it is. So then the timesheet processing staff will review that, and if they can see clearly that that's a 4, then they'll resolve that on the spot. Now, hard exceptions are exceptions that take a much longer time or not much longer necessarily, but they require human intervention to resolve. And these are then sent to the county, and then the county or the public authority will then contact the IHSS consumer and provider to resolve these exceptions.
We have about 1 minute.
Oh, sure. If you turn to page 3 of the handout, you'll see different types of hard exceptions. They may be missing a provider or recipient signature. There may be a duplicate timesheet for a pay period that's already been processed. Sometimes providers are ineligible for the hours that they're claiming, or sometimes there are missing entries or math errors. There's a number of ways that providers or that timesheets may be delayed. If you turn to page 4, you'll see some data from the Department of Social Services about how long it takes to resolve exceptions. About 17% of June timesheets with exceptions were resolved in the same day. 68% were resolved within 10 days. 3% took 11 to 41 days. And then at the time that this data was pulled on July 11th, 12% were still pending resolution. So if you turn to the last page, the bottom line is that for providers, their pay is delayed when their timesheets have exceptions or errors that the computer can't process. They may continue to receive pay for subsequent pay periods, but they'll need to go to the county to get a timesheet for the next pay period because it won't be automatically mailed to them. Consumers can continue to receive services from providers with pending timesheets as long as the provider is willing to provide those services. And then finally, counties face increased workloads when there are many timesheets being processed and with lots of exceptions. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I appreciate you being here today and for that overview of the program and the challenges in regard to how that works and the process to be able to get it resolved. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Roth, and we'll go to Senator Leyva.
So when a timesheet comes in and one of the entries is not capable of being read, for example, or you can't tell whether it's a 4 or a 9,
yeah.
Is there anything that would preclude the state from simply carving that entry out and paying based on the remainder of the time card that is legible as opposed to illegible? Is there anything that would preclude that?
I'm not entirely sure what the system would be capable of. I haven't heard that idea floated before, so I would...
Because in the private sector, I cannot imagine what would happen to a private employer who is descended on by the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement because the employer says, I can't read this employee's entry on Thursday of 3 weeks ago, and so I'm simply not going to pay that time card until I get the employee back in here and we have a conversation. You'd never be allowed to do that. So I don't know, I don't understand why, and I guess I'll get to ask the people that are coming up here last, so maybe they can be thinking of the answer. Why we can't pay that time card, carve out that entry, flag the time card for audit, and then go back and figure out what that entry is and either pay or subtract from a subsequent paycheck any overpayment or pay any additional money due.
And I'm sure the department will be able to speak to that. I'm not as familiar with the technical requirements that may or may not allow that to happen.
Okay, I don't mean to be grilling you.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm just warming up.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Leyva.
Thank you, Callie, for being here. One thing I really want to say thank you for is for letting us know that 1.3% is 14,000 people, because I think sometimes people hear 1.3% and they don't think that that's a very big number. 14,000 is a huge number of people that aren't being paid, so thank you for letting us know that. Number 2, about 3% of hard exemptions took longer than 11 days to resolve. Resolving those in 11 days, is that because there are not enough people to process those hard exemptions? Why would it take so long?
We don't have data from the county about why it may take so long, but I can help you understand why. One may be a backlog. That could be a very real possibility. The other is that sometimes, depending on the type of exception, counties will need to contact the provider and consumer. So if they're having a hard time doing that, or sometimes if there's multiple providers, those providers may claim over the consumer's total amount of authorized hours. So there may be a dispute that the county needs to resolve then. So sometimes those can be lengthier.
Okay, very good. And I will have more questions for the folks who do it as well. The timesheets that have to be mailed to the providers, is there a particular reason why those couldn't just be downloaded and printed? Because I can't imagine asking someone to drive to the county office when they already haven't been paid and have to put gas in their car to go get that timesheet.
It's our understanding that the timesheets need to be specially printed because of the ink that the scanners need to read, kind of like a Scantron sheet that when you take a standardized test.
Okay.
They do need those specialized printers.
Okay. Thank you, Callie.
Thank you.
Kelly, I know you are not with the department, but I think that's one of the challenges is that we have one set of calibrated printers and unable to be able to use anything else, which causes an automatic backlog if we have challenges within the system. And unlike private employers who have a large workforce in the hundreds of thousands and have a diversified ability to be able to process, we have one plant that can process on one set of printers, and we're out of luck if we don't have in regards to any other options.
Mm-hmm. And I will just chime in and say that the counties are able to print timesheets, but we recognize that may pose an undue burden on consumers who need, or providers who need to go to the county and pick them up.
EDD as well.
Mm-hmm. And EDD,
Yeah,
yes, you're right.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much. Kelly, we're grateful that you've been here and for all your time today for the overview. Thank you so much. Anything else, senators, on this panel? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now going to be moving on to the statewide effect of payroll processes. We're going to invite Christina Bass Hamilton to be able to come forward. She is the legislative director for UDW AFSCME Local 393. We're going to hear from Samantha Contreras, senior legislative advocate with SEIU Local 215, and Randy Bardot, who is vice president of the California IHSS Consumer Alliance. Just because of ensuring that we're going to hit all of our panelists, if it works for the senators, each representative will have 4 minutes to be able to present. And as individuals are going to be coming forward, a few thank yous as they make their way up. Welcome. We want to say thank you to the woman to my right. She is incredible. It's Taryn Smith and Marieva Brown right behind. They are the consultants with the Senate Committee on Human Services. In particular, Taryn has put in so much time today. Taryn, just want to say thank you. Also want to say thank you to Kelly Burns for all of her hard work. Introduce you to our sergeants. We have both Sydney and Tim, and want to say thank you so much for all their work as well. So without further ado, let's turn it over to Christina Bass Hamilton, the legislative director for UDW, AFSCME Local 393. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. And to clarify, it's actually Local 3930. Thank you very much for, I know it's just a misprint. I want to, our members, yeah.
It was a little typo. I do apologize.
Who we are. So thank you very much. And I especially want to commend Taryn because this is, to my knowledge, the first time that this information has all been consolidated and put in one place. This process, as you can see, is ridiculously complicated, lots of steps, lots of different offices, and this is a measure of progress, just that we all now have the information in one document. So from the perspective of UDW, we represent 94,000 workers in 21 of the counties. It is our perspective that the process that the state uses currently does not follow state labor code, which says that workers must be paid within 10 days of the end of a pay period. This is specifically Labor Code Section 204. We are not clear what the legal basis is for the department's policy that they use currently. We do know that in the 1980s, the department did formally express its belief that the workers fell under Labor Code Section 204, but subsequent to then, maybe it was when the new payroll system was adopted, I'm not sure, that kind of basis went away. And so now the department uses a policy where they use 10 business days from date of receipt, and that's 10 days from date of receipt to the date it goes back out in the mail. So that doesn't take into account the 2, 3, 4 days before it gets received and the 2, 3, 4 days after it gets put in the mail. And the reason why I'm raising that is because those aren't the cases that are within the 14,000 hard exceptions. That's the normal policy. So I want to say that this 14,000, that's scratching the surface, because even if it follows the normal policy, you're still looking at a 2-week window to get paid, which is really still a very long period of time for most people. So I want to reiterate that we have been working with the department for many months on this, want to continue to work with the department. We really don't look at them as the enemy here. We understand that they have bureaucratic parameters that they have to deal with. If anything, what we want to do is use momentum to actually get some movement forward and make some things actually change. I'm delighted that since the audit hearing, which was in May, the department announced that they will implement an electronic timesheet option in April of next year. That was a huge victory, very big deal. That took a while in coming, and I guess my perspective is, while understanding that there's state bureaucracy and the limitations of appropriations and what is in statute and what's allowed, and I get it, within those realities, there's also the reality that my phone tells me if I'm hungry or not, and what time I should get up and what my sleep cycle was in the bed last night. There's no reason why we can't harness this technology to make something like this happen in a way that actually fits people's lives. So I don't want to fall into this thinking that because it's state government, it has to be antiquated and bureaucratic and awful. I think that California especially can be innovative and use the technology that literally is created right next door from us to make life better for the workers who are doing the absolute most valuable work that's undervalued. And so I have a lot of recommendations. I know I have limited time, so I won't get into those recommendations, but I do thank you again.
No, thank you. I was just going to say you have about 20 seconds if you want to toss out any recommendations.
Here's my recommendations. The timesheets and the paychecks should be completely divorced from each other. You should not have to wait for a new timesheet corresponding to when you get your paycheck, because all that does is create cyclical monthly upon monthly delays. Timesheets should be allowed to be downloaded. Maybe we need more scanning facilities located in parts of the state that are in major distribution centers, not unfortunately in Chico, California, which probably adds an extra day or two for the mail to happen. Why are there so many steps between the timesheet processing facility and the state controller and then EDD? There's just a lot of different steps, a lot of different people. The state needs to go to 26 equal 2-week pay periods instead of doing it by the calendar month. The reason why the math is so hard is because it doesn't correspond. The semi-monthly pay period, when you try to follow the overtime rules, it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't fit together. You start getting really, decimals and all that kind of stuff starts to happen. We think this is a way that really would actually make it much less confusing.
We're going to need to conclude here.
Really quickly, an idea that has been raised by advocates, consumer advocates, is this concept of exception time reporting. That's basically assuming that the hours will be worked as agreed to, and the only time it changes is when the hours don't get worked. So basically the timesheet is pre-populated and eliminates a lot of this print errors and that type of thing. These are the type of innovative ideas that I really want to start this conversation and move it forward. Thank you very much.
No, I really appreciate that. Local 3930. So thank you so much for your time. And talking about the challenges, recognizing that work's being done, and then also offering solutions. And that's what today is all about. So thank you so much. We're going to be turning it over to Samantha Contreras, Senior Legislative Advocate for SEIU Local 2015. You have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a 1-minute prompt. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members. First, on behalf of our leadership and home care members, I'd like to thank each of you for your continued support on this very important issue that's affecting thousands of our members statewide. Our union represents approximately 310,000 home care IHSS providers in 37 counties, ranging from the farthest northern borders of our state to Los Angeles County. Our mission is to organize, educate, and empower our members, their families, and their communities to uplift the most vulnerable individuals in our society out of poverty and into their own power. Since inception, the IHSS program has been pieced together and has operated in a segmented manner. The IHSS payroll system serves as a clear example as to how inefficient fragmentation is and how a small mistake or oversight can spiral low-income workers who live paycheck to paycheck further into poverty. The stories you've heard today are an example of that harsh reality. This is a complex payroll system where a simple mistake or oversight at any point during any step of the process can lead a provider to quit their job, for a family to lose their home or go without enough food on their table. And so the question now is, what are fundamental steps can the legislature take to efficiently compensate caregivers, protect the rights of recipients to choose and keep their caregivers, and lift people out of poverty? SEIU Local 2015 has many policy recommendations to begin to remedy this broken system. Our top 3 suggestions that we'd like for you to consider today are shifting to a biweekly pay period, establishing fixed pay days to conform to Labor Code 204, and clarify the timeline for payment to providers in the event of a timesheet is submitted untimely or with errors. First, the best way to avoid delayed payment is to simplify and prevent confusion for IHSS providers when filling out their timesheets. The new Fair Labor Standards Act rules recognize IHSS providers are entitled to overtime and travel time compensation. This rule prompted the department to create new processes to administer the tracking of overtime and travel time hours, and one major change has been the creation of the workweek agreement, which providers must sign in order to work. To avoid any unintended delay, we recommend that providers submit timesheets on a biweekly basis rather than the 1st or the 16th to better conform to the new state's definition of a workweek agreement. Second, as long ago as 1984, the department issued all county notices acknowledging their legal obligation to adhere to Labor Code 204. This section of the Labor Code provides direction to employers as to when employees must be paid, including the timely and frequency of pay days and penalties for non-payment and late payment of wages. Failures to establish a fixed pay day or failure to pay wages on the designated pay day is a violation of the Labor Code. We recommend the department establish an annual payday calendar outlining the fixed dates providers can expect to be compensated for their work, and we ask the legislature to consider legislative fixes to clarify IHSS providers are to be treated with the same dignity and consideration as other workers in this state whose wages are protected under Labor Code 204. Lastly, on a separate but related point, we believe the Welfare and Institutions Code section 12300.4 must be revisited to provide clarity on a couple of issues. First, the section specifies the timeline on which timesheets are submitted timely will be paid, which is 30 days of receipt of the signed timesheet. It would be helpful to provide additional language to this code that directs the timeline for payment of timely submitted timesheets to conform to the Labor Code, making that clear. Without this important change in statute, the process for notifying a provider of the error results in massive delays to get a corrected timesheet submitted and paid for. Second,
about 1 minute.
Almost done. Second, we do not see a justification for allowing a 30-day delay in payment when a timesheet is untimely submitted, lost, or has an error. This is unreasonable and one of the main causes causing undue hardship to providers and their families. We recommend adopting language that clearly spells out the maximum time for payment of timesheets that is received with errors. It really can't be X number of days from receipt of a timesheet, because if it has errors, then it needs to be corrected, which then results in slowing down the timeline for compensation. And to maintain consistency in the law, we recommend 10 days instead of 30 days. In closing, I want to acknowledge we've taken significant steps in the last year in the right direction to transform the IHSS program. We still have a lot of work ahead of us to ensure both consumers and providers within the system continue to be treated with dignity and respect. Local 2015 is committed to continue working with the department as we test electronic timesheets and other ways to remedy this long-standing issue of timely compensation for caregivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great job. And I'm sorry to be pushy. So appreciate that. We're now going to be turning it over to Randy Bardot. She's the Vice President of California IHSS Consumer Alliance. She's going to tell us how late paychecks threaten IHSS recipients' ability to remain safely in their home. We welcome you. Thank you so much for being here. We're just going to have you just hit the button right there, if you don't mind. There we go. You're on.
Okay. All right. I am an IHSS recipient and have been with the program for 15 years. I'm the Regional Vice President of the California In-Home Supportive Services Consumer Alliance, or CICA, and I'm chairperson of the governing board of the Personal Assistance Services Council, PASC, which is the Los Angeles County Public Authority. CICA is a statewide organization comprised of IHSS consumers as well as members of IHSS Public Authority advisory committees and governing boards. While IHSS exists to serve consumers who are seniors and people with disabilities, CICA often feels that consumers are the last ones to be asked for input on how IHSS should work. We've heard some terrible stories from providers and how they're affected with late pay. And the implications for consumers are equally terrible and unsettling. And I would like to articulate a few of these implications. Consumers lose their sense of security because they fear losing their provider who is familiar with their daily routines, such as bathing, dressing, transferring in and out of bed. And rather than lose a provider, some consumers must borrow money from outside sources in order to pay and keep their providers. If a provider quits because they're not being paid, consumers are in danger of not having anyone to take care of them until they can find another provider. This process can take months while the prospective provider goes through the orientation process and waits for results from the criminal background investigation. Consumers may not be comfortable asking a provider who isn't being paid to do what the consumer needs done in order to keep them safe in their home. Consumers are reluctant to ask a provider who is not being paid to work their full hours. And for consumers whose provider is a family member, late pay can cause damage to all aspects of the family functioning and finances. Clearly, implications of late pay are monumental for consumers because they threaten the very reason that IHSS exists, to keep people safe in their homes. Consumers are not safe if they are fearful of their provider, and they are not safe in their homes if they don't know if someone is coming to take care of them or not. With all the stories we've heard, it's clear that CMIPS 2, the current payroll system, does not have the capacity to deal with any timesheet that is not perfect. It's also clear that with nearly 500,000 timesheets coming into CMIPS 2 every 2 weeks, in any given pay period, there could be thousands that are not perfect, and they're all returned to the providers. When those thousands of imperfect timesheets are returned, thousands of consumers feel the consequences. CICA strongly suggests that regardless of any mistake on a timesheet, because of wrong color ink, coffee stains, or marking outside a box, CMIPS 2 should still pay the provider for that pay period.
Randy, we have about 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
CMIPS 2 should cut a paycheck based on the submitted timesheet and send the check to the provider, then work with the provider to make adjustments for the mistakes for the next pay period. Paying providers on time and adjusting any mistakes in the subsequent pay period would guarantee that providers and consumers would not suffer the awful consequences of late pay. And we'd like to thank you for conducting this hearing on behalf of the consumers and the payroll system that has such immense consequences and quality of care implications for our consumers. And we especially want to thank you for holding the hearing down here in Los Angeles.
Randy, thank you so much. And Samantha, Christina, thank you very much. We're going to open it up to the senators for any questions or comments that you may have. I have one, but I'll turn it over to Senator Leyva or Senator Roth. Please.
In your discussions with the department, have you had any conversation about why we don't take a time card that has an error on it, carve out the error, and pay the rest?
I don't recall ever having had that conversation. I know that there's a lot of rules that govern what can and can't be done, but no, we've never gotten to that level of criteria.
I can't imagine a rule that would not allow you to pay hours worked that can be identified and then follow up afterward with an audit and either pay more or subtract some if there's been an overpayment.
Yeah, I'm unaware of any of that subject coming up in any of the conversations with the department. I think that we're in strong support for paying for all hours that are worked, but when there's hardship on behalf of the provider, at least some hours to be paid would be a great step forward.
I mean, I think somebody mentioned exception reporting, and I think that's difficult when you have a non-exempt employee, and federal law requires a contemporaneous record of days and hours worked, but we ought to be able to get the pay out to these employees in a prompt way, in a timely way, and deal with issues on time cards later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roth. Quick comment and a question. I think the issue of labor code has come up many times over the past many years. And I don't want to put words into the department's mouth, but I want to just talk this out because I think you're absolutely right. The state who sets the code should comply with the code that they expect everyone else to follow through with. Again, don't want to put words in the mouth, but I think the department believes it's a really complex employment agreement, right, where the state is the processor of the checks and the employer is the individual. Let's talk about that for a moment, because that all goes back to labor code and who is ultimately responsible. Give us your take on that, because I think that's one of the big elephants in the room in regards to this issue.
I can go first.
Please.
I mean, ever since the IHSS program was created, the employment relationship between the consumer, the public authority, the state has always been the same as it is now. And while state and county governments are exempted from Labor Code 204, public authorities is questionable. And we believe that for the sake of treating all workers in California the same, the state should be held to the same standards due to the joint employer relationship.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think building off of what Samantha said, the reality is this workforce is very complicated. There's 3 employers, and it all depends on what aspect you're looking at. I agree that the employment by the local public authority and the statewide authority should be held to the same standard of Section 204 in that they are not considered the same as a state worker or a county worker, because God knows when it comes to giving benefits or pay like state and county workers, we never receive that part of the equation. So on the plus side, we should be able to then benefit from what other private sector workers are getting if that's the bar that we're being held to. But I get it that it's legally complicated, but I also think that there's some degree to which that complication can be used to obfuscate when things don't exactly want to be done. So,
and I think that's, and I'll speak for myself on this one, but there are no consequences. The consequences that we see in the individuals that are bearing the burden are those who are the providers. But again, this state would never allow a private employer every month to delay or miss payment for 14,000 workers. We would never do it. And I think that's the challenge that we all have, and I know that's where Senator Leyva has spent her life, also is focusing on workforce issues. But I think that's the significant challenge I know that we all want to be able to ensure that if there are not going to be any consequences, then we're going to continue to see this practice advanced. And understand that this entire population, no paid vacations, no paid holidays, no paid time off to serve on a jury. Many are excluded from Social Security. So we need a solution, and I do think that there needs to be a further discussion on the issue of labor code, also under the concern with the department. But until there is a consequence that private employers face and feel, I don't think we're going to see reform of the system. So I just want to say thank you so much to our three panelists. Please.
Mr. Chair, let me just, who is the tax employer from a tax standpoint? Is it the state? Who is the employer for purposes of the federal government taxing authority? Is it the state?
The state is the employer for payrolling. So yes, it withdraws the taxes on behalf of takes the taxes out of the provider's paycheck on behalf of the consumer.
Well, who approves the worker to work as an IHSS worker?
The state, the client finds the person, says this is who I want, but then they have to go through the enrollment process. And so
with the state?
Well, with the county, following guidelines set by statute. It's statutory. The criminal background check, the steps of the orientation, that's statutory.
But I think that's where one of the fuzzy areas are, is that while the state does all of the pre-work, the individual who's receiving the care signs off on the time card.
Yes.
And I think that's what we need to be, correct me if you think I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, no, that's true. The other reality is that, we can't look at this equation without looking at the counties, because the reality is social workers carry cases of 200, 300, 400 per person. That is outrageous. How are you supposed to rectify one person's payroll issue when you're handling 299 other people? You're supposed to be assessing them every year for the services that they're entitled to. You're just trying to get those assessments done, never mind these type of problems that come up. And, unfortunately, that I can't even say is a fiscal issue, because in a lot of counties, the finances are there, but it's about it not being prioritized, which is a local issue, I think. But, the equation of the social workers is a very big part of this.
Well, I guess in the private sector, if your payroll service messed up your paycheck and you're the employer, you'd fire the payroll service, but I guess we have a problem doing that here.
It'd be hard to identify who that was.
Well, we'll find out, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do want to say thank you so much to our panel. We're grateful for all of their work and for bringing this issue forward. Thank you. We're now going to be moving on to our final panel, and then we're going to be opening it up for public comment. On public comment today, it will be immediately following the panel on local and state efforts to address problems. We're simply going to ask you to please come forward and speak here at the mic. You don't even need to fill out a time card, or excuse me, time card, hot dang, a comment card, hey. So what's going to happen is that we'll just have you here at the mic, and you're going to be able to come forward. So we're going to be introducing Sonia Perez, who's the acting director of the Los Angeles County IHSS program. We're then going to hear from Greg Thompson, who's the executive director of the Personal Assistance Services Council of Los Angeles. It's the equivalent to LA's public authority. And then Mr. Thompson is also going to be talking on behalf of Karen Kiesler today. She's the executive director of the California Association of Public Authorities, but she is ill, and we wish her well, but she is not going to be able to be with us today. We're then going to turn it over to Pete Cervinka, Chief Deputy Director for the California Department of Social Services, and then Eileen Carroll is the Deputy Director of the Adult Program Division of the California Department of Social Services, will also be with us today. We're going to invite both Pete and Eileen to come forward just for time's sake, just so we do one transition. So without further ado, let's turn it over to Ms. Perez. She's going to be serving two roles today, representing LA County IHSS, as well as the Welfare Directors Association. Ma'am, you have 7 minutes, and we welcome you.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Sonia Perez. I'm an acting director with the LA County Department of Public Social Services in Home Supportive Services, Metro Office. My responsibilities include overseeing the timesheet exception process for LA County. DPSS, like you said, Mr. McGuire, it's a member of the County Welfare Directors Association, or CWDA. The three areas I will address in my testimony are the county's role in the timesheet process, the May 2015 timesheet incident and how LA County responded, what LA County is doing to improve the process, and CWDA's recommendations for statewide changes. The county's role in the timesheet process. County IHSS staff continues to play an integral role to ensure providers are paid timely. As the LAO described, when state timesheet processing facility sends the county a notification of a timesheet exemption, county staff reviews each exception. They usually do this within 24 hours of receiving the exception report from the state. In LA County, we receive an average of 23,000 exceptions per month. These includes timesheets that have been flagged for review and for quality control. LA County makes every effort to clear the exceptions within 24 hours, but there are some instances in which we're not able to do so. For example, we may need more information from the social worker who may be out in the field, or there's data entry problems in the CMEP system that we can only be corrected by CMEP's help desk staff, and we may need to wait for the staff to assist us. The majority of providers are paid within 10 days from the end of the pay period, but the current process is very paper-driven. It relies on timesheets and paychecks to be mailed back and forth across the state, from the provider to the state and back to the county. And timesheets must be signed by both provider and recipient. In LA County, to help providers, we have created an IHSS self-service line, which is an interactive voice recognition or IVR system, which allows providers to contact the county and receive automated information about the status of their timesheets. These include answering questions as, was my timesheet received? Has my timesheet been processed? Has my payment been issued? When was my last payment sent? What was the last, what was the last three of my payment? Where were my last three payments? This benefits both the recipient and the provider and enables the county to focus staff resources on helping providers get paid timely, especially when there's a problem with the timesheet. LA County has also developed an online service called IHSS Timesheet at a Glance, which allows IHSS providers to get information on timesheets and payments received in the last 60 days. It provides information on the day the timesheet was received, status of the timesheet, number of hours paid, and payment amount. Like many counties, LA County takes steps to get providers paid as quickly as possible when there's a timesheet problem. We mail out new timesheets if there's a problem that cannot be fixed with the original timesheet, such as missing signatures. Like most counties, LA County reissues timesheets directly to the provider, since mailing centrally from the state takes 2 or 3 days longer. This also allows the county to attach a notice to let the provider know that information was missing or incorrect on the timesheet, so that the timesheet is correct in the next submission. The May 2015 incident and how LA responded. LA County began receiving calls from providers at the end of May 2015, indicating that they had not received payment for the first half of May 1st to the 15th. That initiated several calls over several days between our county, CDSS, and the timesheet processing facility as we tried to determine what happened with the timesheet. At one point, it appeared that approximately 65,000 timesheets were impacted. CDSS later informed us that over 40,000 timesheets were missing for Los Angeles County for that pay period. One shipment did finally arrive late with 14,700 timesheets, but that left us with over 25,000 timesheets missing. CDSS provided the LA County with a list of providers whose timesheets were missing. LA County used that list to contact providers via outbound call. We requested replacement timesheets for impacted providers and for those coming into our lobbies. We mail completed timesheets via overnight service to the timesheet processing facility to expedite the service.
We have about a minute.
Okay. We added staff to our lobbies so the providers could come and pick up their timesheets. We placed notices on the IHSS website and updated our IVR message to inform providers calling us about the timesheets incident and inform them what steps we're taking to. We requested an investigation with the local and national U.S. Postal Master General. Subsequently, we learned that a truck transporting mail, which you mentioned earlier, stuck in Santa Clarita, and it arrived to Sacramento late. Through this incident, we learned that should the county receive earlier notification when value of timesheets being processed at TPSs are normally low, would help. This would help, and I think as a result of this incident, the state has created such a report. In addition, they are now able to send bulk mail, bulk timesheets to providers. What LA County is doing to improve the process, aside from the IVR system and the timesheet at a glance, we're also developing a customer service center that will be up in December of this year, the pilot, and we hope to go live throughout the county next year. CWDA has these additional recommendations to improve the process. CWDA recommends the move to electronic timesheets and giving providers and recipients the opportunity if they choose to use this process. Simplify the timesheet and move to 2-week pay periods. Implementation of CMEPS 2 and overtime requirements meant that timesheets are more complicated to complete. We see errors just because we're telling providers to track their timesheet by week, but report bi-monthly. Implementing automation changes to streamline the process in collaboration with the counties. CWDA also recommends an IVR, statewide IVR system.
Not at all trying to be pushy, just going to have you conclude in 30 seconds if you don't mind. So
and
sorry.
then we ask that the state encourage direct deposit with the assistance of the stakeholders and counties, maybe advertise, do a campaign, statewide campaign to advertise, because this eliminates waiting for the check in the mail and makes fundings available instantly. Many banks and credit unions offer low and no fee accounts and ATM use. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Perez. You have been able to cram a lot into that, and I just want to say thank you. And it was quick and very thorough, so I just want to say thank you so much, and not at all trying to put any pressure.
Okay.
We're going to hold, if it's okay with you, questions until the end, and I agree with you. I think we only have about 30% penetration when it comes to direct deposit within the system as well, so that's a really good suggestion in addition to the others. We're going to turn it over to Greg Thompson, who's the Executive Director of the Personal Assistance Services Council of Los Angeles. Again, in many counties, it's also called the Public Authority. We're really grateful that Mr. Thompson is here today. Now, he is going to be filling in also for Karen, who, and give the statewide perspective from the California Association of Public Authorities for IHSS. He's batting twice today, so it's good stuff. We welcome you, sir. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Senator McGuire and Senator Lavin, Senator Roth, for this opportunity. As mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of the Personal Assistance Services Council, and one of the things that we are constantly trying to do is bring the consumer, the recipient's voice to the people that make the laws. It's been my experience, and as evident today, there's very few of the actual provider, the consumers, the actual employer, here able to talk. So we went to a lot of effort to try to bring you some of the data that we've collected. Over the last year, we received over 4,000 calls from providers asking about their timesheets, and we have what's called an issue solving team, and 296 of those were actually sent to the issue solving team in a formal complaint taken, and 282 of those were about timesheets and late paychecks. We also do a monthly town hall where we call 20,000 consumers and providers from our registry every month, and in preparation for this, we had Tanya Smith on, and we did a teletown hall specifically on late paychecks. And what's important to understand is the way we do our town hall is we actually call the recipients and the consumers 2 days before, give them a voicemail saying, hey, if you want to be on the town hall, all you have to do is answer your phone. So then we call them up on that day, and if they answer their phone, they're on the teletown hall. The one we did on October 19th, we had a peak attendance of 1,482 people that were, had a lot of issues. During the call, we asked 4 poll questions, and all they have to do is hit the keypad to answer. So the first question we ask is, has your provider or your paycheck ever been late? And 459 said yes, 168 said no. So we had 627 people answer that first question. The second question we asked was, have you ever gone without help or lost a provider because your provider was not being paid? 119 people answered yes to that question. 142 said no. The third question, have you ever had to stop working for IHSS because you were not being paid? 89 people said yes, 143 said no. The last question was, have you or your provider ever had a timesheet returned? And 147 said yes, and 122 said no. During the call, we took 13 live questions, and Tanya can tell you about those, but they were very heart-wrenching. In a couple of instances, providers said they were on the verge of being homeless. That's how significant this problem is. At PASC, we also conducted a survey, a general survey for our registry. We did a randomized sample of 20,000 consumers in our registry, and we called 500. And this was not about timesheets specifically. It was an overall survey about our registry. But there were 3 questions that were kind of relevant. The first question, 99 recipients said that delays in their provider pay strongly affected their quality of life. 111 recipients said delays in provider payments strongly affected their sense of security. 106 recipients said delays in provider pay caused them to feel not comfortable asking providers to do what they needed them to do. 31 recipients said that they had gone without help 1 to 6 days because delays in provider pay. 19 recipients said they had gone without help for 1 to 2 weeks. 45 recipients said they had gone without help for 3 or more weeks. 3 or more weeks, 45 people went without help. In preparation for this, we also sent out an e-blast and asked 3 questions. We had 61 people respond. Has your provider paycheck ever been late? 61 said yes, and 38 said no. We must have had more than 61 response. I apologize for that. The second question we asked was, have you ever gone without help because your provider was not being paid? 23 people said yes. 75 said no. The third question, have you ever lost a provider because they were not being paid? 19 people said yes. 71 said no. Then we asked the providers this question, has your paycheck ever been late? 20 yes, 12 no. Was your timesheet ever returned? Only 12 said yes, 20 no. And finally, have you ever stopped working because you've not been paid? And 8 said yes.
We have about
You've heard
1 minute, sir.
You've heard a lot about what's going wrong, and I think before we start to try to fix this, it's very important, before we start to attach blame, it's important to know how we got here. IHSS has been around since the 70s, and it was a highly regarded program that made it possible for many people to avoid living in nursing homes, to return to the community and live with their family with dignity. Around 2009, the previous governor convinced the previous legislators to criminalize the program in an attempt to slow down the growth of IHSS and balance the budget. This totally changed the IHSS culture to an environment filled with lengthy criminal background checks, new provider orientations, focused on how to fill out complex timesheets, punitive results, punishable by jail time. A new provider was shown an orientation video complete with clanging bars being slammed shut. IHSS recipients were threatened with unannounced home visits and the thought of losing their provider. My point is, because of recent laws and caps and fears of greatly exaggerated fraud, the focus has been on creating multiple procedures and complex timesheets and a standard that it's okay for an IHSS provider not to have a consistent payday, or that 14,000 checks a month is okay if they're late. And that simply is not okay. We can all do better. At PASC, the number one thing we hear is that when they call CDSS or DPSS or even PASS, there's no one there to answer their calls. So we recommend that there's a dedicated phone system with the capacity to provide answers. And I believe DPSS, is, as Sonia mentioned, is already working on that. But people need to be able to talk to a live person to get answers. I'm not a payroll expert, but obviously you've heard that the timesheets are a problem, and electronic timesheets options using a telephone, an electronic benefit card are all possible solutions. If more providers used direct deposit, that would probably help. I know that the California Department of Social Services has already been working on some of these solutions. I also know that my colleagues are social workers who entered this profession to help those in needs. And I'm guessing this past 8 years has been extremely difficult for them having to implement all these laws and new codes and challenging legislation. I want to remind everybody that we're not dealing with millenniums here, so I caution you before we get too excited about smartphones and Uber-type apps that we talk to the seniors and the people with disabilities who are actually on this program, the IHSS program, and get their input. Technology and electronic timesheets will work for some, but not everyone.
And I apologize, sir.
Finally, the IHSS was created by individuals living in institutions in Berkeley and Rancho here in Los Angeles. You heard from Richard Daggett. They sold CMS in the state that it was cheaper to create a better quality of life if they used Medi-Cal dollars to spend it on home care instead of institutional care. The core principle about IHSS is nothing about us without us. The PASC Board of Directors unanimously votes time and time again that you must get consumer input when you're making these laws. It's extremely important that you hear from the people that actually use the service. Thank you. Now I will switch to Karen Kiesler.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
You've had time, I apologize, but let me go to the department. Can you do that in about a minute just because we are over? So can you give us some recommendations?
So because you're over, you're going to cut off Kappa's time?
Sir, I've given you three
Thank
prompts.
you. Thank you very much.
I've given you 3 prompts today, and each time you've ignored the prompt. So I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm asking each individual to be able to keep on time. So would love to be able to hear that, but if you don't mind, in a minute and a half, 2 minutes, again, just trying to give everybody time, and we also want to give the public time.
I don't mind if the 500,000 consumers don't mind. Thank you.
So would you like to be able to present on the 2 minutes in regards to Ms. Kiesler?
I've already relented the floor.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to be moving on to Mr. Cervinka, who's a Chief Deputy Director, California Department of Social Services, along with Eileen Carroll, the Deputy Director, Adult Programs Division of the California Department of Social Services. Pete and Eileen are going to describe the Department of Social Services' role in processing IHSS payroll with a focus on the department's current status and efforts to reduce frequency of IHSS timesheet errors and correcting problems. They're going to also respond to the issue of biweekly paydays and bi-monthly paydays, and then also update us on electronic timesheets. Each will have 5 minutes, so we can combine it to 10, whatever you would like. And we'll start with Mr. Cervinka, who's the Chief Deputy Director of the California Department of Social Services. Pete, Eileen, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to be able to travel to Los Angeles here today.
Details. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Pete Cervinka, California Department of Social Services. I'd like to make 3 quick points, and I will rip through a few remarks and give the bulk of the time to Eileen Carroll today. Success should be recognized. Late paychecks have very real impacts, and efforts are continuing to improve the process, and people should engage there. We were stunned and saddened today by the title of the hearing, as it demeans this vital program. IHSS has proudly met the needs of millions of Californians through its 40-year history, and it's more than 5 times the size of any other home-based community care program in the country. It represents our primary commitment to the U.S. Supreme Court's Olmstead decision and allows people to stay in the least restrictive community-based setting possible for their situation. In California, our per capita institutional rate is 1/3 of many other large states, and that's something that should be lifted up and supported. There's no dispute that delays in paychecks have real impacts for real people. We dispute that the state is the cause of all of the delays that have been described. The chair himself and the testifiers to my right have acknowledged that the Postal Service often is at fault. Yes, the process can be better. We're disappointed, however, that the amazing performance of this payroll system goes unrecognized. We would prefer that the committee constructively engage on our multiple continuing efforts to improve the program, which I'll elaborate on, and Eileen Carroll as well in a moment. This program meets the needs of 535,000 recipients every month with a satisfaction rate of 96%, self-reported by those recipients. It does so using the services of over 400,000 hardworking providers who are paid twice a month. Of the nearly 1.1 million timesheets processed every month, 100% of them are paid timely if they are submitted without error. 98.7% of timesheets meet that definition. That's more than 1 million timesheets every month issued on time and correctly. It's a testament to the robust orientation and training efforts that so many of our stakeholders have collaborated with the department on to implement successfully in California. For a point of relative comparison, this program issues more paychecks every single month than the combined payroll of the state government, CSU, and UC systems combined. It is not a small undertaking, and we're very proud of the statistic that I just mentioned. Yes, there are 1.3% of time cards every month that need some kind of human intervention to process. That's about 14,000 timesheets every month, and we have handouts, I think most of the audience has them today, that describe those. There are thousands of dedicated county social workers who work on those, and every month only a couple hundred remain pending more than 30 days for some very difficult reasons that Eileen Carroll will cover in a moment. We never stop working to make payroll better. Real people are affected by the errors or postal services delays, as we've heard earlier today. For example, last year we spent nearly $10 million on a telephonic timesheet solution for people who are blind or visually impaired. It's been up and running well for roughly a year. We continue to fund the Provider Help Desk, which provides a time card and payment status to the 60,000 callers every month who check in. We've implemented monitoring and the functionality to do mass replacement of timesheets should they ever again be lost by the Postal Service. Earlier this year, we issued the procurement document for the next phase of the CMIPS 2 system, in which we asked the vendor community to offer their latest and greatest thinking about new timesheet solutions. The drafting of that procurement document was done in consultation with our county operating partners, and the input that we've heard from stakeholders in legislative hearings and our other many routine engagements with them were incorporated in what we asked vendors to bid on. Several months ago, our current vendor began to work on a web-based automated timesheet process that will be voluntary for recipients and providers. Following stakeholder engagement and testing, we hope that it will become available in the middle of 2017 and will cut the Postal Service out of the submission process. Direct deposit remains an attractive option as well. You've already heard we only have 30% of our providers enrolled in direct deposit. You can cut down the delivery of the money to your pocket by enrolling in direct deposit, and you take the time, the Postal Service time out of that equation as well. To rebut one of the comments made earlier, the reason that timesheets are dependent upon the submission of your prior paycheck is because that was a deliberate choice made in the program, because recipients and providers wanted to know how many hours they had left in remaining authorized hours to be able to work. That was a deliberate choice designed to reduce errors and delays. Point being, in bringing it up, we should not forget history of how we got to where we are. Privately to us, most of the people that you've heard from have told us that our department is very responsive to the resolution of specific individual complaints that are brought to our attention. We have a proud history of our staff successfully resolving those issues in a timely manner, and we continue to do so. We note, too, that several of the problems described today have nothing at all to do with the payroll process, but rather with the provider enrollment process. We have a legal obligation to enroll providers according to Medicaid rules and regulations and state statute. More importantly, we also must ensure the health and safety of IHSS recipients by performing thorough background checks. We won't compromise on either point. The labor code was mentioned as well. We do not discuss legal disputes outside the administration and its counsel. However, it is clear, and recipients would agree, that the purpose of the program has always been consumer-directed care.
You've got a minute, Mr. Srinka.
Thank you. The state has no business acting as the employer and directing the work of providers. To suggest that providers are state employees seems strange in that context. We would encourage the committee to recognize the major benefits for IHSS providers of other recent program developments as well. Over 20% of our providers now are receiving compensation at an overtime rate for those hours worked. And recently, the IRS at the federal level has clarified that for providers living with their recipient, their IHSS wages are not subject to federal income tax. These two things provide tremendous financial improvements for our hardworking providers. We would encourage the committee to shift its rhetoric to constructive engagement on the many opportunities already underway to improve the payroll process beyond its already impressive bi-monthly or bi-weekly performance. And I'll turn it over to Eileen Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Cervinka. I would hardly call it rhetoric, sir, when you have 14,000 individuals, but those are your words, not mine. Please.
Thank you. I think we've heard previously, we've got materials that we've used as handouts, and most of the audience, I think, has them. There's a handout on advance pay, because we've heard issues about advance pay concerns. There's also a handout that shows timesheets, what they look like when they're without errors, and timesheets with errors, and the common mistakes that are made. And then we do have a PowerPoint presentation that sort of takes you through the entire thing. And if you aren't, if we've run out of copies, it's on the department's website, so you can get copies of the 3 documents. So just moving through, I think everybody knows how important this program is, how big it has become. We're the largest in the country by far. One of the things that's happened over the last 40 years, and I would say over the last 10 years, is the program has gotten more and more complicated due to a variety of factors. Probably the biggest factor was in 2004-05. We moved to an entirely 99% of the program being under Medicaid. Medicaid's requirements are significant, and they do direct how we are able to claim down the $12 billion that this program depends on. The case management system does process over 13 million timesheets a year, and I think Pete already described the magnitude in comparison to state employees. 100% of our timesheets submitted without errors. Once the timesheet arrives at the timesheet processing facility, will be processed within the 10-day period, most well under 10 days. That's over 1.1 million timesheets every month. Timely payments can be achieved even for those who are putting them in with errors, and we've outlined some of the most significant ones. Basically, it'll get exceptioned out because a provider has been terminated. It can't be paid. Duplicate timesheets, blank timesheets are another one. Missing the provider signature and the consumer signature. One of the issues in the Medicaid program is that we have to have verification that services have been provided. The only way for us to get that is for the consumer to sign the timesheet. So when it isn't, the signature's not there, there's no way for us to sign it, so it goes to the county. The county has to physically reach out to the provider and consumer to get those signatures. And another one is that the timesheet's unreadable. One of the things I do want to point out, as major changes have occurred in this program, Chairman McGuire read timesheet instructions. Those instructions were 4 years old. Today's timesheets don't look that way. Today's timesheets are all in minutes. There's no transferring from a tenth of an hour to a minute. There's none of, we send out a notice of action to every provider in the program that tells them exactly how much time they have. So those calculations and that work, those are 3-4 years old. So moving forward on our materials, we're looking at that 1.3% of the timesheets that come in that have errors. And you know, Pete and I completely agree that 14,000 every month is a major concern for us, and we work these numbers with the counties to try to get everybody processed as quickly as possible. So when you look at in the PowerPoint, there's a slide that shows over 85% of the ones that are sent to the county to be processed are done within 85% have been done within either the same day or within 10 days. That leaves us 2.7% or 384 people were 11 to 30 days. And then finally we had 12.2% or 1,700 that were still pending a month out. One of the things we did recently is to look at those in the pending category. So out of that 1,700, 53% were terminated providers who were now ineligible to be paid. 40% of those timesheets couldn't be paid because they were basically not payable. They had sent in a timesheet with no numbers on it. So basically it's a zero. And if you look at the timesheet handout materials, you can see there's timesheets on there that are really, everything in there is a real example that shows they just left it blank and they mailed it in. There's a nice chart that sort of depicts the distinction between how many timesheets come in without errors and a very small percentage with errors. There are common errors that we work with the counties and the providers. In the IHSS program, the counties are the entity that is responsible to work with the providers on correcting their timesheets and educating them on how to work through the issues. We do have materials that we have worked on and we have given to the counties as well as the public authorities to address some of the common errors that come into play. Missing numbers, no time entered, no provider signatures, people working over 24 hours in a day. When these issues come in, they can't be paid easily unless it can be clear.
You have about a minute. I apologize.
Sure. Another issue that happens frequently is someone will send in timesheets claiming over 70% of the hours within the month. That'll trigger not being paid because the recipient needs services for the other 2 weeks in the month. So there has to be some reconciliation over the hours to ensure services are rendered. Probably the biggest reasons at the county level that it takes time, and I'm speaking for Sonia here, is the inability to reach the provider timely. The timesheet's been reissued, so they can't.
I think I'm just going to, don't mean to interrupt. Folks, I don't mean to at all know that folks are, we're going a little long here. Would ask if you could just keep your voices down if you have a conversation, and if you don't mind, just heading out into the hallway. Thank you so much. Eileen, I apologize about interrupting you, so please continue.
The piece here, the next piece in the slide is about the UPS experience with the mail and Pete, and I think Sonia have addressed those issues. So moving on to, basically CDSS is, we feel we're here to help. We feel we are working with the consumers, the recipient, and the providers. We offer, we're committed to avoiding errors and making sure the providers are paid on time. Our staff, when individuals can't get help from the county, call the state. Our staff at the state work the cases. We're reviewing them and working them within days. We offer a provider help desk. We offer provider training materials and videos. In fact, one of our slides talks about, we do have a provider help desk so that when you mail in your timesheet to Chico, we set it up originally because of the concern that people feel, putting it in the mail. So they can call our provider help desk and those staff can look on screens and tell them, yes, your check's arrived, yes, it's in process, here's the tentative date we think the state controller will issue it. We have about an average of 50,000, over 50,000 a month in calls to our provider help desk. They can contact the county when they don't get the timesheet.
We're going to do a quick time check. I'm not at all, you have about 30 seconds.
Okay. So finally, there's the information on the PowerPoint for slides, and I think the piece that is probably the pivotal piece we're all working on at the state right now is to do the electronic timesheets and have those roll out in July. Part of what we've put forward is an option for online, where a recipient or a provider could go online, or because we do have an age blind and disabled population, online may not be the best program. We have a telephonic system that will allow them to approve timesheets, so the provider goes online, but the recipient can go onto the telephonic system and approve it that way. So we're working quickly to find, opportunities for that. I think we've talked just briefly in the future, that we think, direct deposit is another aspect. We have 32% of the program in direct deposit. At one time, it was 38%. So we've been working with the labor unions to try to generate more people going on to direct deposit. It's faster. It doesn't have to be mailed back. And then another option that we've thrown out, too, is looking at EBT cards for those who, for whatever reason, don't have a bank account. And that's been the problem with the direct deposit. So.
I appreciate that. And Ms. Carroll and Mr. Vinca, I think as questions are asked, would be able to fill in any items that you may not have hit as well. And just for clarification in regards to the steps that I outlined in my opening statement, this was taken directly off the DSS website in which you currently have up this morning. And when you were asked if this document was provided for training material, you responded in the affirmative. So just so that folks know, this was run by you prior to this hearing, and we got it directly off of the department website. So it was implied that I was using 3 or 4 year old material. We ran it by you ahead of time, and it's on the website. So I just want to make sure that we have clarification on that.
Yeah, and apologies if we've had version control. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to announce that in roughly a month, our entire internet site will be completely redesigned and everything will be significantly easier to find than it is today.
That's great. Thank you so much. Would like to be able to open it up for questions or comments that we may have for the department. We'll start with Senator Roth.
So who is the employer in this situation? I'm confused.
The consumer is the employer.
The consumer. So does the recipient of the service have an employer ID number? And are these IHSS workers subject to our California workers' compensation laws?
On the state issues payroll and handles income tax and other tax withholdings on behalf of providers, and the state budget appropriates funds for the purchase of a workers' comp policy that covers all providers in the program.
But a payroll service would normally have an employer ID number when the payroll is submitted, correct?
They do. The consumer does have an employer ID, but for this program, CDSS operates as the group to file that with EDD, franchise tax, and the IRS.
So in other words, each of the recipients has an employer ID number, and you use that separate number when you remit the withholding, and you do the rest with Franchise Tax Board, EDD, and the rest.
The IRS had asked the state to take on that role. That was the design they set up about 8 years ago, I believe.
So you're ADP on steroids, essentially, payroll service.
Your words, not ours.
Okay, well, I guess we wish you were ADP on steroids. So back to the question that I've asked some of the folks. Well, first of all, let me make this observation. So if the consumer, if the recipient is in fact the employer, as a state, and not ensuring that people are paid timely and in accordance with the labor code, are we not in fact creating a liability situation for the very recipients of this service that we're attempting to facilitate?
Let me answer this question this way, and she'll fix what I say.
Because certainly the recipient of the service with an employer ID number is subject to the California Labor Code sections, even if the state and the county are not. So how do we address that?
Setting aside the issue of the small number of consumers who are in the advanced pay portion of the program, The vast majority of, I've completely lost my train of thought, I'm sorry.
Well, I can answer. I'll ask
Yeah.
another question, then you can
Okay, thank you.
think of the answer to that one. So back to the question that I've asked several people, with these exceptions, soft and hard. So, and I looked through the handout here, and in the old days, I used to be a labor and employment lawyer, and I did a fairly significant amount of wage and hour work, so I'm somewhat familiar with time cards and how messy they can sometimes be. So when you take a time card and it's difficult to discern some of the entries, why is it that we don't pay what we can read, flag the time card, and then go back and audit and either pay more or pay less in a future paycheck?
Yeah, so we do pay what we can read. We actually pay people to staff the timesheet facility so that when timesheets that cannot be scanned are exceptioned out, they're sent to a team of people who see them on a monitor and apply that human intervention. Oh, that's clearly this, or that number went outside the box but is very clearly a 2, or whatever it is. And they hand key those in and process those instantaneously on that same day.
Well,
so that part happens. The harder things that have to get sent for resolution are other things, for example, like the failure to sign the document, either by the recipient or the provider. That can't be processed. We don't have an authorized timesheet. We have no proof from the recipient that those in fact were the hours worked. We have no legal basis to issue a payment in that situation. And that's the kind of thing that gets sent to counties to contact people to resolve, and so those are your lengthier situations.
So should we not try to explore having an alternative process? Because we're dealing with, the reason we have in-home supportive services is because we have people who need care, who may be hospitalized, who may be very sick, who may not be available to sign a time card. Should we not have some alternative process in place so the people providing the care don't have to wait until the recipient is out of a hospital or alert and conscious to sign enough to sign a time card? I mean, we're creating a situation where we have employees who are not getting paid because the very person who needs to sign the time card is the person who needs significant amounts of care and may not be in a position to sign a time card. Now, I don't know whether it's the social worker, whether it's someone else at the county level that can attempt to verify time, but I mean, we can't allow a system to have a single point of failure, and that's what we have here.
Yeah. I think in the time allowed for the hearing, we probably don't have the ability to go into every possible permutation of the program. Yes, people get sick, they're hospitalized, they become unavailable for a variety of reasons. In the program for consumers that have particularly high needs, for example, and may require it, we have the ability in the program to designate an authorized representative. In those instances, in some cases, the provider is the authorized representative and can sign that timesheet under certain circumstances.
All of which takes time.
All of it takes time.
And that's the problem. And in a normal circumstance,
Yes.
and that's why you don't see in the state, in CSU and UC, on a month-to-month basis, 14,000 people not getting paid. If you had 3 people in your department who didn't get paid in a month, you would consider that to be a problem, right?
And we work those as expeditiously as possible, and I guarantee you it happens virtually every single month in my department.
Well, you know, I'm not the chair of this committee, and in fact, I'm here by permission. But what I'd like to see from your department is, I think the same thing, I do vice chair of the audit committee, and same thing I said 5 or 6 months ago, and that is I'd like to see a real plan addressing each and every one of these issues. Single point of failure on signature. Submission of written time cards. People are testifying that they submit their time cards and they get them bounced back, and then they have to redo them. So if the bounce back is some of this, then somebody must not be paying the entries that are clear on the time card, is all I can conclude. So I'd like to see a real plan presented to Senator McGuire's committee for fixing these issues. So we don't take time to find an alternative person to sign a time card because somebody's got to make a phone call or send a letter, or the caseworker has to find out about it, and that's a day or 2 or 3 or a week or 3 weeks. All the while, people who have performed work are not getting paid. Somebody made the statement, so-and-so was terminated and ineligible to be paid. So what does that mean? Does that mean they're terminated after they work and we don't pay them?
No, it simply means that they've either quit, the provider has replaced them, whatever it is, somebody has contacted the county has entered in that this person is no longer actively working, and the system terms it terminated.
Did they get paid for the hours they did put in?
Well, if they were physically terminated during the time period that the system shows, and that's been told to the county, then the system won't pay it.
Boy, the private sector employers would love to have that.
Let's
it doesn't
back
work
up.
that way.
Everybody gets paid for time worked, but you don't get paid for time worked outside the bounds of the program. That's the consumer's responsibility. Let's be clear.
Just real quick, I know everyone, passions are high on all sides. Just going to ask, if you don't mind, keeping comments to the down low, and if you do agree, would also see the fingers. Thank you so much.
And to further that, I remembered my train of thought on your prior question about who's responsible. The consumer is the employer. IHSS is a Medicaid benefit program. It has an established cap of based on the authorized hours. It can either be 195 hours a month or 283, depending on your level of impairment as a consumer. And the program will pay wages for time worked up to those caps in the program. We don't have an obligation beyond the cap. The program is not designed to provide 24/7 care 30 or 31 days a month in the program. 283 hours for the max is roughly 1/3 of all hours in any particular month, roughly, depending on the month. So this is not wraparound care, and hours worked by a provider in excess of the program's authorized limits are the responsibility of the consumer to pay that. And both the provider knows that because they sign the forms to that and go through the orientation to attest to that. And the consumer knows that because they also sign the rules and responsibilities of the program. So that's a more complete answer. I apologize, I lost my train of thought earlier.
Somebody mentioned work agreement. Who enters into the work agreement?
Well, there's two. So there's the document for the provider and the recipient that I understand the rules of the program and will abide by them, and both parties signed that. That's a work agreement, if you will. There's also a work week agreement in the program for situations involving multiple consumers and providers to assist the consumers and providers in understanding who has how many hours and who's available to work them when. This is a tool that was implemented in October 2015 in advance of implementation of the Fair Labor Standards Act regulations in February.
But in both cases, the agreements are between the provider and the recipient?
That's correct.
Okay. So the recipient is the employer. That still does not absolve us, the state, from our responsibility to properly provide payrolling services when we take that on. And so I'll keep my mouth shut here in a second, but I would like to see a detailed plan as to how we should be addressing these payroll processing issues to make sure that people get their checks, because 14,000, even though it's a 1.3%, you said, of the payroll services that you provide, is simply not acceptable. We need to make sure that people who work hours get paid, and let's sort it out after that, is my comment.
And as we've testified, we completely agree. It's an unacceptable number, and we have a number of ongoing activities to reduce that. Even with the implementation of the complex FLSA regulations for overtime in February, we did not see a change in this number. We think that's a testament to the training and orientation that we have provided to people in concert with counties and labor organizations in California and public authorities as well. It's been a tremendous partnership to do that, to implement something as complex as those overtime rules with the weekly caps, et cetera, and not see a change in the number of timesheets coming out with hard errors. We think is a testament to that, and as we described, there are efforts underway, and we'd be happy to discuss those at length in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator, Ms. Carroll, any comments that you would have as well before we move to Senator Leyva that you'd like to respond to?
The only one, and I've heard you ask several people the same question, is why can't the system determine what the number is or take it out and process the timesheet? And I just wanted to let you know, excuse me, that's what they exactly, well, they don't take it out. What they do is they interpret what the number is. And I think you had one of the speakers today talk about how it interpreted it as a 2 instead of a 7, and she got sorted. That's an example. They did take the time, try to interpret it. They interpreted it incorrectly at that one human point in the process. But they did that, and the check was issued within that 10-day time frame. But it did have an error in it, and so then you have to go back and you have to, again, go through another process to issue a timesheet and have them process it.
Well, that points up this issue about 10 days. Will you take a look at the amount of time that it actually takes to generate a check? 10 days from receipt, isn't it?
Well, it's 10 days from when the timesheet arrives and it's scanned into the system, and about 6 days after, it's then sent over to the state controller's office, who takes approximately 2 to 3 days to issue the pay warrant.
Will you take a look at your processing time? It takes 6 days to move a check, to move a authorization to the...
Well, it takes 6 days to do all the payrolling. So in other words, we're pulling out the state and federal taxes, we're doing liens, we're doing your W-2s, we're doing all the functions that go along with it. So it goes through the case management side of the systems. It's determining that you're eligible, it's determining that those hours are appropriate. And once it's done that, I've seen them get out of the TPF within 3 days. It just depends on the complexity of the case.
Okay. Well, I guess there's an audit ongoing, isn't there? So
Yes.
We'll find out what the state auditor thinks about the processing time at some point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I know we really want to get to public comment, so I'm going to try to be quick. Sonia, you talked about timesheets that were lost, and you said that a call notifies you that people have not been paid. My question is, I think the documentation we have is there are approximately 448,650 IHSS providers in the state of California. Do you know how many providers are in LA County?
About 167,000.
Okay, so does it only, do you have to rely on a phone call to find out that, 10,000, 20,000 people did not get paid? Or do you realize, oh gosh, we didn't get enough timesheets, and you can be more proactive?
Well, and this is, you're talking about the May 15 instance,
Yes,
right?
yes.
We had no idea what was going on. We'd reach out to CDSS, CWDA. I don't think anyone knew at the time, and it wasn't until the investigation was asked for that we learned that it had to do with the mail.
But you did know that you were short 40,000 pay sheets.
The CDSS let us know. We knew because we had providers calling, providers coming into our offices. They were calling the union, the public authority, letting them know that they hadn't received payment. We looked on the system, and there was no record of a timesheet was received.
But you, without those phone calls, you would not have known they were
No, we
missing.
wouldn't have.
Okay, so that seems like maybe a little flaw in the system.
Yes,
Could I clarify that?
Please.
Yeah, no, we were alerted by our vendor at the TPF that there were a chunk of timesheets that had not arrived within the time period. Then we had to isolate where they were from, and that took a little bit of time to find out that they were all LA County and only LA County.
Okay.
And then once we had that, we talked with GPSS immediately, and everything started to go into the process to fix it. So today, there's actually a system in place that tracks the volume count, so we can get we can get triggered that there's been an issue.
Good, perfect, okay. You said that you have your customer service center going live in December. Why now? Why wasn't there one before?
Why wasn't it before? This is something that we created in LA County. The customer service center is gonna assist recipients and providers. A lot of the complaints we receive are because the social workers out in the field and they're unable to get back to the recipients. So this is the purpose of the call center, so that they can speak to a live person and get their questions answered about payment, timesheets, anything like that. The call center will also be able to mail documents. So we've been working on that. So the pilot is going up in December. And then we hope to go live through the county by next fiscal
Okay,
year.
that's great. I think that's good. I'm just thinking that these problems just start to come up?
No, there always been, and that's why we have also the self-service line that was created, I think, back in 2013. And then we have the Timesheet at a Glance, which is the online system. These are things that LA County is doing on their own to help providers and recipients.
Got it. Okay,
Yes.
Greg, so we're talking about online systems, and you were saying that there were only 60 email responses, which you said may or may not be correct, to a survey that you did?
It was a e-blast survey that we did just for this hearing.
And you
And
got
I said
60
that we got
responses?
62 back, but that was obviously when I said 62 yeses and then it was something like 84 no's, that I was just saying that we got more than 62 back.
Okay, so my concern is that if email is a way that you're trying to communicate with folks, if you have 167,000 people in LA County, maybe they don't all have internet access, because that's a very low number to have returned out of 167,000 people.
Actually, there's over 200,000 recipients on the program. And if you heard, I also said we did a phone survey. That was more of a survey that we've been working on with UCLA and had 54 questions randomized, and we called 500 people for that. Out of 20,000, we have about 20,000 consumers and about 20,000 providers in our registry.
So the point I'm getting to is, and it's a challenge for all of us. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to find the best way to communicate with folks. And I'm just wondering if email maybe isn't the best way. If everyone, or even 3/4 or half of your participants have email access or even use the internet. So that's all I was trying to say.
No, you're correct, and we found actually they still like the mail. It's just a lot more expensive,
Right.
but we do mail, telephone, and internet.
Okay, great, thank you. Pete, so 100%, if I'm correct in what I heard you say, 100% of people are paid correctly at the time if their timesheet is filled out correctly. So what you're saying is the only people that don't get their paycheck on time is people who've made a mistake on their time card? It's never someone who's filled it out properly?
For timesheets that are submitted without errors that don't require human intervention to correct, that statistic is correct. There can be other things. We've had things get shredded in the Postal Service mail, for example. That's not the fault of the consumer or provider mailing it to us. That's just something that happens. Somebody, I think, testified to coffee stain making the paper unreadable. Those are examples of things where it's not necessarily somebody's fault per se, but those would be examples where we can't pay it on time.
And the reason I ask is because that statistic seems, I've heard from other folks, it seems a little misleading. It sounds like the only people that don't get paid properly are people that made a mistake filling their time card out.
I think the way that we said it on our PowerPoint slide is accurate, and I apologize if the way that I've said it verbally is confusing, but every timesheet that can be processed without some kind of human intervention is processed timely and on time, and that's 98.7% of all timesheets that we receive.
So in 1985, I started working for a union grocery store, and we did hand punches. We typed with our time cards. And then about 15 years ago, unionized grocery stores, those are the ones I'm familiar with, went to a scan card because they were updating and modernizing their system. So it's almost 2 decades ago. I'm not insinuating that this would be a system that would work for you, but you are now finally going to electronic timesheets. So it seems long overdue. Is there any reason why it's taken this long to kind of modernize the system?
Without intending to sound rude, we may be all best served by not rehashing the history of how we got CMIPS 2 to the point where we have it.
Okay. Well, for some of us who are new to the legislature, we're trying to figure out why things take so long, and we would like to help and make sure those don't happen, the delays, because none of us here suffer. All the workers are the ones who suffer.
We understand. The legacy system operated for many years, and the development of CMIPS 2 for a variety of technical and state fiscal reasons was significantly delayed beyond its planned implementation. And this is yet a further enhancement that wouldn't have been possible at the time that was originally designed. That's the short answer to a complicated question.
And I think you have at least 3 senators that are very interested in helping things move more smoothly. We're just 3 here today. I'm pretty sure we have a majority in the Senate that would like to see that happen. Eileen, one question for you, then I will stop. You talked about checks being processed within 10 days, and Senator Roth talked a little bit about this also, but you said many of them are processed prior to 10 days, some within the same day. Does that mean that people's paydays change? Or do you process it, hold it, and then it goes out at a certain time?
No, the timesheets are processed daily. So once they come in, they're processed. It's just a matter of the volume that's going on at our timesheet processing facility, and all, you know, when everything is a simplified process and there isn't a very complex case management piece with liens and things like that, it happens faster.
Okay, so let me rephrase my question. So I'm Connie Leva, and I send in my timesheet. Do I know if I'm going to get my paycheck in 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 14 days, or does it change every pay period for me?
What we tell people is that it's 10 days from receipt at the timesheet processing facility. State Controller's Office will issue it before the 10th day or before. Okay. That's what we tell people, and then it goes into the mail.
Okay, so
or
I
it goes
could
direct
get it
deposit
earlier than 10 days.
You could.
Okay.
Sometimes the
seems like
state
that-
controller can do it in 2 days, sometimes it's 3 days.
Okay. Now, I heard some folks talk about doing similar to how we are paid once a month as state senators. However, our staffs are paid on the first, I think, the 15th. Would that be something, a system that you guys could go to? Is that possible?
I mean, go from bi-weekly, every 2 weeks to monthly?
Right. So I know I'm getting paid on the 1st, I know I'm getting paid on the 15th.
And you want us to go to a monthly pay period?
No. Well, once in.
I think what you're asking is whether you can have a predictable pay date every month.
That is exactly correct.
If that's what you're asking, the answer is no, because we have no idea what to pay you until we receive a signed timesheet from a timesheet signed by the recipient certifying that those are the hours that somebody actually worked.
So
there
even
isn't a regular paycheck because it's hourly work. They're not salaried employees with a known predictable.
So
depends on when they mail it in. Not everyone turns it into the mail the next day.
Okay.
They'll hold it for a week, 2 weeks. We have people that hold them for months, and when it comes in, we process.
Could this change with the electronic pay sheets?
The short answer, I think, is no, for this reason. It's still dependent on the entry by a provider of the hours that they worked and approval of that timesheet electronically by the recipient. So there's still a submission date. What electronic timesheet gets you is no U.S. Postal Service time to arrive to Chico and the scanning, because it goes straight into the system for payroll, correlation with the case management system and recipient hours, and then issuance by the state controller, which is where direct deposit would come in to cut the mail out of the back end if you were signed up for direct deposit. So knowing what to pay, the state as payroll agent knowing what to pay is important, as well as the method of how it's submitted, hard copy or electronic, and then on the back end, the delivery method, paper warrant by mail or direct deposit. Those all impact the time frame.
Okay, and I don't think we have time here today, but I would like to have further discussions maybe offline, because I do think predictable pay is really, really important. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senators. Just some comments and some questions. First of all, I want to say thank you to Ms. Carroll and Mr. Cervenka for coming today. So the two of them are often seen at hearings, whether it's budget or if it's issues of policy. And many times when each of these individuals hear from us, there are problems. And appreciate both of you being here today answering, and I also know you are dealing with a lot of fires during the day when it comes to the department. So truly grateful for that. And just want to walk through some items, because I think What is important is that there is some progress being made. I think that there's still some challenges and there still needs to be some work. So again, thank you both for being here, and thank you both for being here as well. I think on the whole, what we are probably seeing is that in which the time we live in and where the system has been, particularly on the payroll side, outsider looking in, it has not kept up with payroll and way all issues are processed, particularly in 2016. And candidly, the state of California does a terrible job, this is not the department saying it, does a terrible job as a whole at implementing large, complex data systems. We have been really challenged. It takes time, it takes a lot of money, and we have not always done it well. This is not just this department, but I think we can all agree. The department. So I think this is a really big push. And I'd like to talk about one of those modernization areas that you're talking about. So on the electronic timesheets, you're looking at this spring. Fairly confident that we're going to be looking at this spring, or do you think there may be some slip? Are we looking at 2017? What's your gut say on that? And then can you also just discuss rollout? Because I think the other issue is implementation and education.
So like many things, I think there are lots of factors that go in here. We have a slide in our PowerPoint deck that lays out the schedule at a high level. We are aiming for pilot in May of 2017, and we hope, assuming that design and functionality both work as intended as well as are acceptable to our stakeholder community, the test groups that we'll use for recipients and providers. Assuming that it works for everybody, is satisfactory to them, we plan to roll it out, as the slide says, hopefully late June, but
We may see some give and take, correct?
pilot, we're not going to roll it out if it doesn't work and people don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
That's great.
Fair. Yeah.
We have started. We have started.
Do you want to hit your mic?
We have started the process already. I think we've had consumers working on the physical application now. And in December, we have 2 focus groups, one north, one south, that Labor's putting together with consumers and providers to do hands-on testing. So we're on course and fairly confident we'll be in a pilot in May.
So I want to talk about the 14,000, and I'm not going to put any words into Mr. Cervinka's mouth here, but I understand the concern in regards to the title of the hearing, and I think that 14,000 for anyone who's an outsider looking in, it's a big number.
We agree.
So just talking about that issue and just trying to dissect that a bit. Is the 14,000, is it more of a front-end problem or a back-end problem? And what I mean is it candidly, an antiquated system that we have in place? Is it more of an issue of individual filling out the timesheets? How would you look at that and characterize the problem?
In any given month, that 14,000 is roughly the experience, and the reasons for those exceptions vary from month to month, although not significantly. I think, as with anything, there are a variety of causes and explanations. Certainly, some of us would prefer a more electronic means of submission, something that maybe in real time warns you, that number's too big, that number's, more than your recipient authorized hours are, and in real time allows you to make corrections of certain kinds of errors. I think there is room always for consumer and provider education and training. We see that around the overtime issue, for example, and the issues around hourly caps. As I've said, the implementation of that has not dramatically changed, that 14,000 average monthly figure that we've seen for years. I think that's a testament to the robust education and outreach that folks have been doing. Both counties and labor organizations were getting monthly files or biweekly files from us identifying providers and consumers that were making certain kinds of mistakes on their timesheets, and doing specific outreach to them to try to avoid that. That's one example of the level of effort that goes into minimizing errors up front. So I think it's a combination of both of the things that you mentioned.
And the reason I ask that is that I'm sure, in please correct me if I'm wrong, we can point to the top 5 errors in which timesheets are kicked back, or there is a delay. And so we've been able, my understanding, Ms. Carroll, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think from additional number crunching leading into this hearing, the department was looking at errors of about 30 to 35,000. That number has then gone down to about 14,000. At least, some additional numbers.
We can clarify that.
Okay.
So there's 14,000 that are exceptioned out, but there can be multiple reasons for that exception on an individual card. So there's 14,000 timesheets with 35,000 associated errors. It's not a number that has changed from one to the other.
How many of those 14,000 do you see as an individual, or is it a systematic error? To try to be able to make movement, to go from 14,000 exceptions per month to 10,000 exceptions per month. What do you think that's going to take? Do you think the electronic card is going to make significant difference? What I'm trying to look at is an improvement initiative to be able, the system with 500,000 folks, I think that we can all agree it may never be perfect, but I also think that there is significant room for growth. And particularly with what folks are being paid, there's very little room to miss a payment. So looking at a quality improvement initiative of going from goals of, I'm making this up right now, 14 to 10, do you think that electronic record will actually help with the level of error?
So while I ask my colleague whether we have data on what the top reasons for the exceptions are, we've got a lot of material ready for this, and I'm not sure we have that today. We do. One of the things to note, and it's worth reiterating given the audience today, this automated timesheet solution is an opt-in solution. So consumers and providers have to choose to use it. It's their choice. It's not something that's being mandated, and I want to be clear on that. I think I said voluntary in my original testimony, but that's what that meant. We're not forcing people to use that. It's available, and why I bring it up now is because the opt-in rate to that will have an impact on the answer to your question.
Because I think the issue is like duplicate timesheets, blank timesheets, missing provider signatures, and unreadable, right? So we know on the unreadable that's going to improve. Missing provider signatures, we'll need to figure that out, right?
Education and outreach.
Education.
And so that's the reason, just going down this road and is trying to figure out that if we have the top issues of then establishing those quality improvement initiatives, going after the top 5 issues or whatever it may be, to be able to make those improvements over a set period of time. Thoughts on that?
The biggest issue is if we could do, if there could be a concerted effort for education, because if we could reduce errors, it would reduce the 14,000. That's the only thing that's driving those 14,000, is getting the providers submitted without errors.
And that's going to take some additional allocation, correct?
It definitely takes education and efforts to do outreach on that.
And on an ongoing basis, there is turnover in the provider population in this program. And so you are always going to have new people coming in who need to learn that. So it's not a one-time thing.
And one of the benefits for the online system is that it will give you prompts. So if you're filling it out and you filled it out incorrectly, a prompt will come up and say, did you really mean to enter this in?
And the reason, looking at that, and particularly when it comes to resources, right? I know that there are a lot of priorities, but at the same time, though, again, I think there's probably going to be universal agreement that we have to lower the number, and there is no cushion for a lot of folks who are in the system. So our ability to be able to get it right is imperative, right? We have to get it right as much as possible, and I know that's the goal of the department. But if we know that there's an education challenge and the numbers, and repeat what I think you said, is the numbers have been fairly, you didn't use the term stagnant.
Constant.
Right, constant for 14,000. How can we move that needle? And if that means that there's going to be additional resources to be able to improve, what can we do, as the senator had said, to be able to launch that initiative? And you may not have that today, but as Senator Roth had said, this is something that we would really like to be able to follow up on, because if it's a constant number, there has to be some type of investment to ensure, and electronic is great, but then focusing on direct deposit, which I know you've talked with a variety of sources on. And then I do still think formula is a challenge too.
No argument with what you've said. Yes, it's an ongoing effort. Yes, there was a massive investment in training and education training and education in a run-up to the FLSA and the implementation of that new time card that came with it this year. That was done not by our department in isolation, but in consultation with all of our partners and stakeholders, county agencies, public authorities, labor organizations, representatives of consumers, and others. So it's an ongoing partnership and collaboration, and yes, there can always be more of it.
In what I want to make sure is doing is trying to point you out that it's not being done, right? What I'm wanting to be able to just, if we have a constant number and we've been constant for X amount of years, I'm saying the 14, then what can we do to be able to knock that down? And particularly on identifying strategic areas for training, which I understand, and you've been talking about the overtime, but we know that we have a challenge. We need to be able to lower that number. I'm going to move on here really quickly to talk about labor law. I think where drives private sector crazy is that the state doesn't have to comply with the same rules and regs that we expect them to do. And I understand the unique and at times tangled relationship that we have with IHSS, but I feel if the state were to comply with the same labor standards that private business has to comply with on this program, we probably wouldn't see those areas. We'd be forced to be able to move it quicker. And again, I'm not just pointing fingers at the two of you, but I think we would be forced to move it quicker. And as the senator had mentioned earlier, this is a program, 80% female, very low wages, and we have to try to get this right. So I think that's the other piece is, if we were to have to comply with labor code, I would think that would probably be a really significant incentive for us to be able to advance the amendments that are needed quicker. Any thoughts on that?
I don't think that you're expecting the state to say that it doesn't comply with the laws that exist today. We meet the same 10-day payment standard consistently whenever and every time that it's possible, and we've done that consistently for years.
And I think that's one view of one portion, but I think where we would not allow employers is to be able to have the error rate and the delay in payment. And so on that side, I hear what you're saying, and on the delay of payment and the consistent 14,000, that would not be accepted in the private market.
I think in the private market, it's a little bit easier in terms of the scale. First of all, in the private labor market, in any firm of comparable size, and there are very few, there are a significant number of people who have a much more predictable salary-based compensation model. And I think there are some similar dramatic differences between the workforce and the work arrangement we have here, where the consumer is the employer versus the state. It has a significant impact on the feasibility of contacting consumers and providers and getting the corrections made that need to be made when those need to be made. I think there are complicating factors here, and that's not in any way to diminish the impact that late payments have for people. But I think we've had a good conversation and done a good job describing the various efforts that are underway to reduce and minimize that. While 14,000 or the 1.3% has been a fair constant over time, I'd like to point out that the program grows by leaps and bounds every single year, as you well know from roles on budget committees, for example. So we've seen that number held constant despite caseload growth, and also despite, as I've said a couple times already, the implementation of the FLSA rules and regulations, which themselves were very complex. So the fact that number's held constant implies to me we're actually, having good success in driving down from where we would be absent those changes.
So, I know we're running short of time, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think that if we take a look at what this next decade is going to look like for the state of California, this state is going to become grayer, and there is going to be additional need and, frankly, strain on the IHSS system to be able to meet the demand of what residents will need. So I think the more that we can do now to be able to modernize the system, to be able to make it more consistent when it comes to payments to providers, and to ensure that there's essential services in a consistent manner available, the better that will be served over the next decade into the future to come. And so I think that there are greater similarities than differences, but I think that we do have some true needs in what I know that we're going to ask for a report back on next year on a hearing is, we have the number of 14,000. How are we able to develop the strategy to be able to reduce the errors that we're seeing on a monthly basis? Senator Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two quick, one question and one comment. This has been very enlightening to me, particularly with respect to the employer-employee issue. And I can understand why the state would not want to take on the employer status as an employer in however many workplaces, 500,000 workplaces across the state of California. And if in fact that's the case, then I'd ask you to take a look at the guidance that you provide, and if you don't, maybe you should, to the recipients of these services in terms of the recipient's obligation as an employer in the state of California with respect to OSHA, with respect potentially to workers' compensation, unless there's an exemption, illness and injury prevention programs, and all the other things that we make employers comply with, I guess other than the state and the county, in the California Labor Code, because I'm not convinced that these recipients of services really understand the breadth and depth of their obligation as California employers. And then my question, with respect to the electronic timesheets, what's the plan for facilitating access to computers to actually complete the timesheets? Do you have a plan in terms of working with the various counties, perhaps in the county caseworkers, social workers have computers available? Plan perhaps working with the labor organizations to see if labor organizations are going to set up computer stations so IHSS workers can come in and actually complete timesheets, or are we just going to put the electronic timesheet up on the web and trust people to find their way to it with appropriate equipment?
For people that choose to use it, it will be available to them. It is not being mandated on the program. There is no intent to buy computer equipment or internet access or anything else that would enable access to this. It's purely something available to those that choose to use it and have the means to do so.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that the state purchase computer equipment, although I guess we can talk about that, but I was actually suggesting or asking whether or not conversations have started with respect to county perhaps facilitating access to computers, labor organizations putting up computer stations at various locations so IHSS workers can actually get to a station and fill out an electronic timesheet, because while it is optional, I assume from your perspective, the use of the electronic timesheet is optimal.
You won't need a hard terminal to access the online timesheet. You'll be able to get a link onto the portal. You can use your telephone. It won't be as complex as, thank you, smartphone, as Pete said. So it's not like we have to set up computer terminals. They can actually use their phone.
Oh, okay. So for those folks who have that sort of phone, they can,
Smartphones, not rotary dial. Yeah.
or flip phones, those don't work
Just to be
either.
completely clear.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that the state is thinking about that and how you're going to roll it out. And the rollout, to me, goes beyond simply putting it up on your website and making it available. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So what I'm hearing is that it will be, there will be a mobile opportunity for individuals via their mobile phone to be able to utilize the new timesheet so they don't have to log on to a standard computer. That's great. So I know we are at time, and Taryn just kicked me underneath the desk and said we need to get moving. So real quick, what I'd like to be able to follow up on this panel, and we'll do this in person and offline, is talk about, I think, the 14,000 and how we can work together on developing that plan to be able to lower that number and have a set of goals that could be established to be able to advance that. Again, I want to say thank you to, and we'd love to be able to do a follow-up hearing next spring on that issue and talk more about that. I want to say thank you to Ms. Perez, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Cervinka, and Ms. Carroll. Thank you so much for all of your time today. We're really grateful. Thank you so much. All right, we're now going to be moving to public comment, and we welcome your comments, your suggestions, your criticisms. If you just don't mind, please announce your first name, and we're going to have each individual can speak for 2 minutes. I'll give you a minute prompt. We're going to come right to the front with our sergeant right here. 2 minutes, and we welcome you. Thank you so much.
Actually, my name is Nancy Becker Kennedy, and I've been jumping out of my skin as I hear this because I've been on the Los Angeles County Public Authority for over a dozen years. I wrote the founding ordinance. I chair a committee that has been looking at solutions for this for 2 years, and we wrote a solution paper that we sent to the committee. And there's two major components of the solution that we see that could dramatically change the problem. One is something called payrolling by exception. People on the IHSS program, many of them have approved hours by their social worker that have not changed for 20 and 30 years. With payrolling by exception, what you would do is you'd go on your, you first of all could have your timesheet populated with the regular hours and the overtime broken out for you. We are not accountants. I spent 3 solid days this weekend trying, because a provider had a workers' comp issue and I had to get 5 providers in. I had to make them a payroll that came out to 279 hours and 57 cents. I have 2 master's degrees. There are people on this program who never went to school. We should not be doing our own accounting. These timesheets could be populated with your authorized hours broken out for you in regular and overtime. That's one solution. Furthermore, you know, on the unemployment program, you call in and you answer 2 prompts. People must have, as you've said, Senator McGuire, and I know you all feel, these people must have a reliable payday. I mean, well, you've heard the stories. And there's no, unemployment pays people on time, welfare pays people on time within the state of California. And what one of my providers told me, which was a brainstorm that we put in our solution paper, is when you call for unemployment, you call in and you say, did you look for work this week? And you press 1 if you did, 2 if you didn't. Did you become injured this week, so you should be switching to Social Security, Social Security disability. Sure. 1 or 2. You call in on the 8th, you get that check on the 12th.
That's great. We have about 20 seconds, and I apologize.
There's no reason that IHSS workers cannot call in through payrolling by exception and say, did you work your authorized hours this month? Yes for 1, 2 for no. Were you hospitalized or had another reason that made you have irregular hours? Yes for 1, 2 for no. And you only fill out a timesheet if there's an exception.
No, that's great.
Then everyone could have a reliable payday. And one more thing I must tell you, because I'm a named plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state that will be getting filed in a few weeks, because the enrollment process is taking months. There are disabled people being left by one provider, two providers, three providers, because the provider enrolls and they don't get their first timesheet for 4 months, 6 months, 7 months. I tried to get a woman named Sawad Bazanyo of the Regional Center to come and testify to you that all the Regional Center workers are having a problem, that they're having to pay the IHSS workers because they're going for 6 and 7 months without a first
I apologize. We're just going to have to be able to conclude.
Okay, let me wrap it up.
Please.
The lawsuit will show you are violating the ADA by giving us unequal protection to our workers having a reliable payday. And it's costing, disabled people are going to nursing homes, and workers are having labor laws violated right and left. We'll be giving a press conference right after this about our petition to CMS, about the many violations of the Welfare and Institutions Code.
We're going to have to,
the
and
system is under. So, in closing, payrolling by exception through telephone prompts with a reliable payday would solve this problem.
Thank you so much. I have payroll by exception and telephone prompts. Thank you so much for
And
your
no
work.
more blaming the victim of the providers or the consumers
Absolutely.
for filling it out wrong. If the
Thank you.
scanner doesn't like your
We're going to need to
sevens,
wrap up,
it'll
and I
bump your
apologize.
card.
We're going to go to our next speaker, and we welcome you, sir. If you can just state your first name, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Ben Rockwell. I have been on both sides of this provider recipient program. I took care of a gentleman for 8 years. And by the way, over 30 years ago, we had a problem where the providers did not get paid. I went 3 months during that time. There was a 3-month period where I did not get paid. I had to borrow money from my father. Fortunately, I had a father that had sufficient money in savings to be able to help me out and make sure that I was able to continue living during that 3-month period. Now, it's a problem where I am the recipient and needing to find new employees to work for me, to take care of me properly. This is one of the hardest type of jobs to find someone to work and do, is to come into your home and take care of you for personal care. This is very difficult. There are no persons that want to come in and help you with your shower, help you with your bowel care, and help you with your urine care and that type of thing. It is a type of thing that is embarrassing to try to ask for people to give you that kind of assistance, and then you don't know who the person is. You haven't known them for your lifetime. You don't know whether they're going to do it right. You don't know how they're going to be cooking your food and how they're going to be doing other things.
Absolutely.
This is very difficult on both sides of the issue, and frankly, this scares many of us half to death.
Absolutely.
We are afraid of going into nursing homes because of the fact, I know because I was an RN at one time. I worked in the nursing homes, and the figures are such.
I'm going to need you to wrap up in 20 seconds, sir, and I apologize.
Okay. 50% of persons going into nursing homes die within the first year. 85% of those that go into nursing homes die in the first 2 years. This is something that scares the living daylights out of most of us. We do not want to be put into nursing homes. We need decent care in our own homes and be able to get out and be in public with the rest of people.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, I'm really grateful, and thank you so much for hanging with us. I just want to give folks a heads up, and I apologize. We're going to need to be able to keep comments to about a minute. There is going to be a hearing coming in right after us. So please don't at all take it being rude, interrupting, but you have a 1 minute, sir, and we welcome you. And thank you so much for hanging with us today. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you hear
sir.
me okay? Okay, thank you. Senators, thank you so much. My name is Fernando Roldan. You have already met two of my board members. I'm board president of CALI, Communities Actively Living Independently Free, and I also work for the State of California Employment Development Department. So I'm also a public servant just like you folks. So what does that mean? Because thankfully, I have my father's, who's my caregiver, gets paid on time, and of course takes care of me to get up in the mornings so I can be able to go to work. Because I like to serve this great state of California. But to me, it is unacceptable what we're seeing right here. I say this because I'm thinking to myself, why isn't IHSS or California Department of Health working with the Employment Development Department in orientations or training for these folks so we can make it fast? By the way, let's also, why not work with State Personnel Board and California Department of Human Resources to fix the problem of the payroll?
And Fernando, I'm going to have to give a quick prompt, and I apologize. You have about 20 seconds to wrap up on this one.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
I apologize.
Okay, no problem, Senator. Basically, what I'm asking you folks is, as a state worker, please, I ask, and especially in a critical election year coming up, we have a lot of new people that are coming on board for the state. We have to get these folks on board, and we have to ask Governor Brown to knock it off. We need this to stop.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And again, I'm not at all trying to be pushy. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming down to Southern California to hear us. My name is Lilibeth Navarro. I'm the Executive Director of CALIFE. It's an independent living center serving the disabled of Central Los Angeles. It is ironic that in California, the caregivers for the thousands in the prison system are treated a world better than people with disabilities and their caregivers. If you are incarcerated, you know that, in the least, the people who cook your food, the warden who watches for your security, the custodian who keeps your cell and restroom facilities, and other state employees that serve you are paid on time. That prisoners do not have to shell out anything for their care.
You have 20 seconds.
How unfair is that? IHSS was originally started to keep people with disabilities living independently at home, which is cheaper. Now the bureaucratic roadblocks threaten the freedom of people with disabilities. Now the state is turning the homes of people with disabilities into virtual prisons. The difference is prisoners are never abandoned, and the workers for their upkeep are paid on time. The disabled are abandoned to die. Practical solutions.
Lilibeth, I'm going to have
home
you to
care
conclude, please.
organic. Stop bureaucratic requirements exacted from regular workplaces. Our homes are not offices. From the get-go, let the social workers who do the assessments and who assign the budget and the hours, we know that half of that budget is paid every 2 weeks.
Lilibeth,
Why is that a big question?
I'm going to have you
So
conclude.
pay half of that. Create a human intervention unit that will really work individually with those with special needs. This is Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. We deserve that. And also, please, create a fund, an emergency fund for people with disabilities who live on $850 a month, and for our caregivers who have to pay their rent.
So,
we need money.
Elizabeth, so what I have right
Thank
here,
you.
no, thank you so much. I have a human intervention unit and emergency fund as well. Elizabeth, thank you for your work and your service, and I'm sorry about interrupting you. I apologize. Sir, we welcome you. Have 1 minute. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you doing?
It's good to see you.
First of all, I'm completely embarrassed. All these people are members of organizations and all this other stuff, and here I am. I'm just a mere damaged person. Okay, I do not consider myself disabled. I am just slightly damaged. Anyway, with all that said, the idea is I actually had the program from 2003 to 2012. Okay. In that time, I had 8 different workers. Out of those 8 different workers, I never had one that got paid before 4 months. okay, not one. And I had to actually go with them, each one of them, to the IHH office multiple times to actually get them to get them to pay them. Anyway, in the end, basically, I have lost the program because I was no longer able to find an actual worker that would work for free, okay, with all for half a year.
You have about 20 seconds,
Yeah,
sir.
I had one of my workers actually lose her home. She was evicted because she didn't get paid anyway, and so on and so forth. It's just an absolute mess. And now, like I said, I have not had the service for almost 3 years. I am absolutely blessed that I have family that
great.
I have been able to fall back on and get taken care of. I have terminal brain cancer. Anyway, but I needed to let somebody else. There's much more worse off people than me.
I just want to say thank you so much for spending time with us today. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for listening.
No, wonderful job, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. We welcome you, sir. You have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
I've been on IHSS for around 30 years. About 4.5 years ago, I had a worker that worked for me for 4.5 years. And she passed away last year. When she first got on the program, got on as a worker, it took her 10.5 weeks before she got her first timesheet. The only thing that kept her going was knowing she had a retirement check from when she worked at Northrop to keep paying her bills. Now recently, I got to get this out. Recently, April, May, and June, I had one worker. The last 3 days, 4 days in April, all of May, first 15 days, and then 2 days in June.
Going to have you
And
wrap
he
up
quit.
with 20 seconds, sir.
And he quit. He got paid for April, May, June, and July because he forged my name, made up the hours, and I think that's wrong. There's something wrong with the system. It needs to be fixed.
No, thank you so much, Steve. I'm sorry about rushing you, sir. Thank you very much for being with us today. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Noreen.
Hey, Noreen.
And I'm part of UDW. I just wanted to let you know that this program really has to change because as of September, I haven't been paid. I went to my employer. I sent in my timesheet. They told me that there was no more hours for me and that I would have to talk to my person that I was sharing with to get paid. So I talked to her and she explained to me, I don't have it. There's no way I can get it. When I went back to a social worker, she said, take it to small claims court. So as of now, I'm trying to still get my money for October, and the lady's not willing to sign my timesheets because I quit. I've been working, and I work hard. I do a lot for my patients, for my clients, and it's not fair for me to be sitting here for 3 months without a paycheck.
Absolutely. It's
You
not.
guys all got paid. Everybody got paid. I'm putting in hours. I'm spending my own gas, my own time. Everything is on me. And then for me not to receive anything, that's unfair. And then for them to tell me, oh, well, you're going to have to go sue them in small claims court. So now I've worked as hard as I possibly can to make sure that I took care of my client, myself, and everything. And I still have no money. And I have to go to small claims court to possibly get my money. That shouldn't be. If you guys said I'm allowed 80 hours and I said it in my timesheet, I should be paid for that. It doesn't matter that someone else took the hours. That should be on them. That should be a better system when it comes down to it.
Absolutely.
I haven't got paid, and this lady tells me I don't have the money to pay you, so I can't do anything. So in order for me to obtain my paycheck that I worked hard for, I got to go to court to get it, and that's not fair.
Noreen, I just want to say thank you. And as the senator just said, we completely agree on why we want to be able to work with you. So thank you so much, Noreen. Thank you for telling your story. And I apologize about rushing you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
My name is Albertina Washington.
It's Washington.
I'm a home care provider and also a union member organizer. And just last week, a young lady had a discrepancy with her timesheet. I sent a lot of people to Mark Ridley Thomas' office, the ombudsman for in-home supportive services. And 9 times out of 10, that's the only way that providers can get assistance. What happened was she contacted the office. They contacted her worker. The worker allowed her to come into the office on 120th and Hawthorne and pick up her timesheets. I heard the young lady say earlier today that they print on a different ink. That's not true. They printed those timesheets out on 120th and Hawthorne. That lady turned in her timesheets and she got paid last week. So they need to be transparent and truthful because this is our livelihood.
No, thank you so much. Ms. Washington, thank you, and I'm sorry about rushing you. Hey, how you doing? Good evening.
Hi,
or good
my
afternoon.
name is Patsy Walker, and my concern today is time cards and travel time.
Okay.
They giving us time, we get travel time, and they're not giving us the travel time. What they're doing is taking our travel time and putting it with our checks. And that make us go over to get a violation, and then they don't want us working anymore. Like for instance, I have 70 hours for a client. I put in 35 hours for every 2 weeks. I'm not going over the 44, I'm not going over the 60. But they're gonna give me 199 overtime hours. Not travel time, overtime.
Can I ask you a quick question? So what you're saying is they add your travel time to your actual time that you work, and that causes you to go over?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you.
And I'm getting punished for it. So right now I've got a violation going on. Okay. And they don't want to do anything about that violation. You know, and not just that our checks is being late. When they say we're getting our checks on time, no, we're not. And it's not easy for the direct deposit either. That's not true.
Absolutely.
What they were saying is absolutely wrong.
And Ms. Walker, we have thank you so much, Ms. Walker. I'm really grateful. Thank you. Hi, good
morning,
afternoon.
everybody. My name is Julie Otero, and I'm from the Kern County District from Bakersfield.
Thank you for
and I'm
traveling.
here to represent 2,500 of our UDW workers.
Thank you.
When we serve more than 3,000 people. I'm here today because I've been sitting here for hours listening to everybody's coming very, very tightly. And I don't fit in the box that everybody's been saying, because I had left an $18 job to do HISS, to take care of my mother. I cannot walk out on her like other people can't. What are you going to tell me? In the past, I've been doing this job for 22 years. And for the more than 15 years, I had never had a wrong timesheet. So where are you going to put me in the box? I have direct deposit. I'm doing everything you said that we should do. So why do I still have to wait 14, 15 days for a paycheck when I'm doing what you asked me to do, when I had complied what you asked me to do, and I had not made a mistake? In which box are they going to put me? Because I am embarrassed every time I had to call the PG&E. I am embarrassed every time I had to call the phone company and say, can you please give me an extension? When did you get paid? I don't know when I get paid, because I submitted physically on the 15th of every month, but I get paid 25, 26, 27 of the month.
Ms. Otero, I apologize. Can I have
So
you wrap up in 20?
it is very difficult because I do work for my mother. She's 85. I don't know how much longer I have. But you know what? Every time I go to the doctors and they tell me, I can't believe she's here, how great she looks, then my job is done and I'm happy.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
will
Otero.
wait. But it needs to be changed. To all my brothers and sisters here today, we do it for the love and for our patient,
Can I
not
have you-
for the money.
No, thank you.
So please, we deserve more. Thank you so very much.
Great job. Thank you so much. And thank you for traveling all this way.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Senators, Mr. Roth, for being here. My name is Marie Garcia. I am a clergy in action for health and human rights and justice. I at one time used to be in in-home supportive service and with PASS, and at that time they still have not paid me. I fight for human rights and civil rights, health rights, for people who do not have a voice. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, with the sincerity of a child's heart, for what you're doing today, for taking out the time to be here. You're letting us know that we are still part of we the people, with those invariable rights, and that truth and justice will prevail. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
So when I stand here, I not only stand here for myself, I stand here for thousands of others who have not gotten paid, who deserve to be paid, to have a voice to be heard, to take care of their families, and to move on. I also am a nurse. When I did not get paid and a cancer survivor, my life became interrupted.
I'm going to have
as
you wrap up in 20 seconds. I
Yes, sir.
apologize.
And as a result of that, I had to stop my nursing program for a while. But I still move forward as a spiritual bulldog to fight for truth and justice and the human spirit to prevail. We need to get paid. And I suggest biotech, technology, and software for you to look into it. It ties up
Thank
all the entities that will cover you, and it will help you move forward. I thank you. God
Thank you
bless
so much.
Bye-bye.
God bless. Thank you. Grateful you're here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank God for you all. My name is Shirley Watson. I worked in aerospace for 22 years, and I came into in-home service. It's messed up. There's too many excuses. You need a watchdog today, okay? Everything they said about education and training. What is there to educate and train on numbers and your name and your address? That's too long, really. The other thing is I have 2 timesheets here. This is a client I had in January, and she cut me off January 15th. I talked to the social worker. Social worker put me in touch with the deputy. I told the deputy my issue. She slammed the phone in my ear. My time card is still not signed. The other thing, consumers, the clients don't want to sign timesheets because they get mad or whatever, and you're out. A lady did me like that. And then
We have about 20 seconds, Ms. Watson. I apologize.
and I have another issue here. A new client, they gave him 54 hours. There's 3 meals in a day. That's 13 hours. I called the social worker. How long is that going to take for him to get more hours? The system's broken. Get a watchdog today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Watson. I'm grateful you're here. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Bobby.
Bobby.
Thanks for being here, and I'll talk really fast. I hopefully
Apologies.
have some information that will cut off 2 days of this process. Years ago, I was told that the controller holds our checks, i.e. also the deposit, direct deposit ones, for 2 days. What's the reason? I don't know. So that could be eliminated. And then also, thank you for starting the direct deposit. On a happy note, for me, it really works really, really well. I've never had an issue, but there can be a 6 to 12 day time that you don't know when the check's coming, depending on the bank process, even on direct deposit. But it can get there in 6 days. Those are the good weeks.
Absolutely.
And also, she made me realize the nightmare this place has been for me, because my son started when he was 16, because I didn't know about IHSS, and it took 10.5 months. I had to go before a judge, even though he was clearly entitled to protective supervision. That's what I had to do. Granted, it's retroactive, but that was 10.5 months I had to
Absolutely.
wait. So
Thank you,
thanks
Bobby.
for being here.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you for your story. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lizette Ibarra. I'm a UDW member. I'm also coming from Orange County, and as well, I'm a home care provider for my sister. I'm here to represent my mother. She couldn't be here today because she had to stay home and take care of my sister, who's a 34-year-old baby. She requires diaper changing, feeding, changing, all the hygiene. I would like to reference and highlight the fact that these gentlemen here mention about the timesheet delay. My mom has sent her timesheets on time. No errors, yet for the past year and a half, my mom has got a delay on her check for more than 15 to 20 days for more than a year and a half. That puts my mom in a hardship. Why? Because her HOA fees, she has late charge fees, mortgage fees, aside from what she has to pay for more than a year and a half. Now, this past 2 months, for the month of September as well as October, she has not received one check. This is what gets me a little more agitated because—
You have 20 seconds, I apologize.
Yes. She has to wait until her first check to get September, and she still has to wait 10 days, aside from the fact that she has to get mail because the direct deposit hasn't kicked in for the past 3 months. So the system is completely broken, and it needs to be repaired ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barra. Thank you for driving all the way over. Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Gloria Orduña, and I am a UDW provider.
member and IHSS provider in Orange County. I am a caregiver for my mother who lives with my sister, and basically I take care of all her needs. She's an older lady, and she needs a lot of help. So I'm happy and grateful for this program, and thank you for being here. And one of the things that I want you to make the point that is when the checks delays or the money doesn't arrive on time, I have to pay more than what I get in late fees and back fees, which is ridiculous. So we have more problems, but I think this is the most important. And this system has to be fixed. And thank you for being here.
Mrs. Zuniga, thank you so much. Thank you for driving over today. We're grateful. Hey, good afternoon.
I'll be as fast as I can. I'm Cassandra Zambrano. I'm from Riverside County.
Cassandra.
UDW, Riverside. Senator Roth is my senator, and I'm voting for you.
Hey, hey.
Thank you, both of you senators, for bringing up the obvious questions of if your timesheet is off by a few cents, why do you have to make them wait 6 weeks to get paid? Because I just went through that myself. I was ready to go protest Chico, because I'll do that in a second. That's something they do all the time, and all they have to do, I was off by 11 minutes. I went over 11 minutes, so instead of just giving me the rest of that pay, they held it up for 6 weeks. And then they didn't send me my other timesheets. I had to request them, and then they kept giving me the runaround saying, oh, we sent it last week, and yada, yada, yada. And so finally I got it. First one 6 weeks, and then 2 weeks later I received 2 more checks. Also, what someone else was bringing up, when you do direct deposit, it takes about 6 weeks. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is I have a friend who's also a provider. Every year she has to move. Every year. When her lease is up, they don't want her anymore because they get tired of her paying slow because her checks are always backed up.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to conclude. I apologize, so go right ahead.
Oh, and my last thing is,
yes.
I am part of the bargaining committee because now we're doing the statewide bargaining committee. Yeah. And when we bring up payroll, no one wants to own up to it. Wow. So that has to be resolved.
Cassandra, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, and go Mr. Roth. Dang, all right. Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Senators. Samantha Contreras with Local 2015. I have here some stories from providers that couldn't be here today from Humboldt County and Del Norte County. I'll read one excerpt and then submit it to the sergeant. My paycheck this year has been much later than the previous years, and it has had a negative effect. What happens if my payments come, this is from Rebecca from Humboldt County. What happens if bill payments come out of my bank account, but if my paycheck is late, it puts my account into a negative, and I get all sorts of fees from my bank. So not only am I late on my bills, but I'm also getting fees on top of that I have to pay. This happens on several occasions, and it's super frustrating and upsetting when it does. I have a young daughter in school, and this affects her too. When I think I will have my paycheck to send her to a field trip, the school doesn't necessarily, allow her to attend on field trips if I don't pay for that. So, and then I'll submit it. Thank you so much.
And we're grateful for all the work up in Humboldt and Del Norte counties. Thank you so much.
Hello,
this is going to be our last speaker.
My name is Darlene Nelson.
Hi, Darlene.
And I'm from San Diego County. I got up at 4 o'clock this morning to make it here to this hearing.
Thank you.
Because I think it's important that you know I volunteer at UDW in San Diego to help people with their timesheets. They have problems with their social workers, with IHSS, and also the public authority, and they need questions answers, and nobody has answers for them. I'm there to volunteer to help them with their timesheets. Day in and day out, we have people come into our office in San Diego at UDW with questions about why they have violations. They don't understand the violation process. They don't understand the difficulty of signing their timesheets and the process. So I'm grateful that you're here to hear what we have to go through every day with the recipient, the providers coming in with questions about timesheets. They're not getting help from their social workers. They're not getting help from the public authority. And I'm glad you're here, and you're here to address the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Darlene. We're going to have to close public comment. Darlene, thank you so much for coming from San Diego today. What we're going to do is we're going to look for closing comments from the senators and then a few items for direction here in over the next couple of months. Senator Roth, and we'll go to Senator Leyva and work our way down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting me to participate. These are serious issues with serious implications, and I just want the folks in attendance to know that I'm joining with my colleagues in bird dogging this, and we're going to fix this problem. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator McGuire. It's been a pleasure to be here, if not heart-wrenching. We knew there were problems, didn't probably know the extent of the problems, but I just want to make sure everybody knows that Senator Roth and I don't even sit on this committee, but we take it that seriously, and we are committed to doing whatever needs to be done to fix it. So we're in it to win it. Please hang in there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to start out by just saying thank you. So many have traveled from across Southern California to be able to be here today. One, I know traffic is a real challenge. Number two, being able to find parking. We're really grateful that you spent so much time with us. I want to take a moment also to say thank you to Senator Leyva and to Senator Roth. They have been real champions for this issue in the Senate, and thank you so much to both of you for being here today. I'd like to better do a quick set of follow-ups if it works for folks. Number one, there is going to be an audit release in February. The entire program is being audited by the state auditor, Elaine Howell. She will be presenting the recommendations to the legislature and actually to the Human Services Committee coming up in February. Those hearings will most likely be in March or April. Second item, our committee, Senate Committee on Human Services, will be requesting an improvement plan from the department. And what we believe is taking a look at those 14,000 time cards that have what we would call errors or exceptions, because it is simply unacceptable to ask the lowest paid in this state who do the greatest good to have to be able to go without pay. And we have to start at what our base challenge is, the 14,000, and how we're going to improve and ensure that number goes down over the next several months and years to come. Because the biggest issue that this state has is this program has been incredibly successful. But as this state ages, and the fastest growing demographic is 55 and up, IHSS is going to be more important than ever. And we have to fix the challenges that we have now. It is not fair to any of you in this room to be able to go without pay. We wouldn't allow it in the private sector, and we sure as hell shouldn't allow it in the public sector. So thank you so much for all of you for being with us today. Again, big thank you to Taryn and Maria for all of the work. To all of our panelists, thank you so much. And we'll be following up with you in the first part of 2017. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.